that might take 15 more minutes. 5. At 3 o'clock or 3:30 latest, there will be a request for an adjournment for the day. And then, of course, he talks about, JP, what are the standing orders regarding hours that needs to be spent at high courts? Have we forgotten that there are families that need closure, both the bereaved and the suspects? At this rate, how much more will the said families and interested people have to wait before the outcome is known? Senzo's father passed on without knowing who killed his son. His mother too is not young anymore, and it looks like the same fate is awaiting her. I am hereby pleading for your intervention in this regard. You know, the JP sent this thing to me on Friday at home. He says, well, I trust you are well, meaning me, Brarata. Please see correspondence below for your attention. You know what X me? This guy is basically saying we don't work.
Well, he's entitled to his opinion.
No, but he mustn't then write this thing. He must, because the JP, it says it's for my attention. This gentleman says, once you have got in here at 10 o'clock, you must get out at 4 o'clock. You mustn't even go to the toilet.
That's what it's saying.
Yeah. You mustn't go to the toilet. You mustn't go for tea. You mustn't be sick. And then also he's basically saying,
doesn't understand.
yeah, no, I know he doesn't. But you see, this is what happens in this country of ours. He doesn't understand that if you call a witness, Mr. Baloi, like Steenkamp from George, if he misses a plane, we are just in a bad situation. We have to start when he comes at 11. You see, now he doesn't even understand that there are prisoners here who must be processed at Mampuru, Leokop, and Modabi. With him, everybody must be here at 10. I think he must be a president of South Africa because...
Well, in the perfect world, everything works, according to clockwork, but, there are some inherent problems, like the accused haven't arrived as
yeah,
yet.
that's it. Like Mr. Ngomezulu was sick here in court. He says, no, once he's sick, you must push on. It's his business.
Yeah,
that's basically Ushon Jalo Muslimun.
And, witnesses get tired. They need to
like
take
Pinky
a refresher break, yes. Yeah.
The lady who was having flu, when
Yes.
she was giving evidence here, even trying.
Yes.
According to this guy, if we say she must go and attend to her health to a doctor, we are wasting time. She must push on. Like Brigadier Geninda now is writing exams. According to this gentleman, you are not supposed to write exams.
Well,
You must just come here at 10 and get out at 4.
They send to best copies that time.
No, it just X me. You can accuse me of anything but checking work. I can tell you, other judges, for instance, they would have insisted if they're retired like me, because the regulations say if you're staying more than 50 kilometers from court, the government must give you a car. And the government must give you a chauffeur. And in a case like this, they would also give you a security. I drive myself here every day. And then here's this gentleman, notice here, just read it, Mr. Nis, into the record.
and the reason why we adjourn and 3:30 is on record is for security reasons. We can't sit beyond 3:30.
Like if one of your clients says he wants a comfort break, according to this gentleman, no, I must refuse. Or if one of your clients, like the other day, I think Mr. Mamalo's client, I don't remember well, was sick. and we had to adjourn because he had to be attended by a doctor. But this gentleman says, that mustn't happen. Yeah, no, but he says once singene lango 8, I mean no 10. You don't go for tea, you don't go for lunch, you don't go for comfort breaks. You press on. Because if I tell you this thing, if I don't show you this letter, you'll think I'm making up the story. And I'm sure even recess, we must plow on.
Now, one of the accused is not yet here, accused number 1.
And I hope this gentleman is here in court. If he's here in court, I wish he can stand up and tell us why he says we are not working. Because it's basically saying we're not working. Now give it to the press also. Let him read. Hold on. The reporter behind you. Hi, Nisi. Niga, if press.
Adam Nisi.
Yeah. Oh, is it Adam Nisi? No, give him that. Give him that. He must read. Oh. No, this is unfair. You know, we've spent so much time pushing this case, and we are now being accused of dereliction of duty, of being lazy, of being obstreperous.
I mean, we're almost on the last witness for the state. I mean, this shows we've been through a trial within a trial, 5 accused,
Doesn't care.
5 legal representatives.
No, that doesn't matter. And the JP doesn't know that I have publicized this letter in court. But me being me, I thought it's proper to do it so that people must know that there are other people here who say we must not have any humanitarian rights. I mustn't go to tea, I mustn't have lunch, no comfort break. Once you are in, you are in. If a witness who flies from George or East London is supposed to come here, he's left by the plane, he must be here at 10. If he's not here, I don't know what should we do. We mustn't start. Or what? Or start with another witness.
I think, my lord, proper justice cannot be measured in terms of time.
No.
Proper justice depends on what is convenient for the parties.
Yeah, quite.
And that's how justice is dispensed, and not according to what is contained in the letter.
Yeah, just interpret it for the.
Kunomuntu la kunesikhathi esiningi yena sokuthi kabhale nje okusekhanda kuyena. So ubhelele-ke umengameli wamajaji ethi yena-ke ukhathazekile indlela esisebenza. Phofu-ke akade indlela esebenza ngayo ngoba uthi-ke asisebenzi. Uthi uma singenile la kunama 15 minutes athathwayo, kunama hour athathwayo, ngamaningi nje uthi nje yena akusetshenzwa la kule nkantolo. Akaziwa ke ukuthi ubani, kodwa nje umuntu uthathe isikhathi sakhe ke esiningi anaso, wabhala ke konke lokhu akubhalile la. Ukhalela lapho uma kuphunyiwe ngo-1 kuzobuywa ngo-2, kuzoqedwa ngo-3 noma ngo-3:30, kuyaphunywa ngo-11:15, kuzobuywa ngo-past noma ke emuva kwalokho. Ngithi nje anginazisi, kodwa umuntu nje obhale yonke lento.
Now he's got his name there, but that one we won't publicize.
No, very what?
And basically, he doesn't even know that sometimes we plow through the tea break. He says when I go for the tea break, I come after 25 minutes. I don't know. If at all I come back. Like the other day, your clients were not Ms. Mshololo and Mr. Ngoma, Mr. Nisi. We had to give them time to consult with their advocates for the application against the correctional services. According to this gentleman, I shouldn't do that.
And that turned out Balot to be in the best interest of accused number 3 because the application was granted
Yes, yes, I'm just saying.
in his favor.
Yeah. But he says we start at 10 and we get out at 4. No lunch, no tea break, no comfort break, nothing. No being sick. Otherwise, we don't work. He doesn't know sifunani la. Where's that thing? Me, you can accuse me of everything except being lazy. You know, I'm the only judge in this division here and in Joburg. During COVID, I was in the criminal court alone. I never took time. There were judges who were saying during COVID they're postponing the matter, etc., because as you know, during COVID, the cases, you can't run them virtually. You've got to be physically in court. I was here 3 years, not even a day off during COVID. Anyway, where's that note?
The warrant is gonna bring it.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Some people think these proceedings are for entertainment, my lord, and to keep them busy, and not here, forgetting that we're here to see that justice is done.
Yeah,
And
okay.
as you said, you can't
Are we all
really
here now?
measure that in terms of time.
What time is it?
It's 10:15.
Okay, we're 15 minutes late.
But we're here at just before 10, and accused number 1 has just arrived.
Yeah.
My lord, when we adjourned on Friday,
Yeah.
Mr. Ramsepil was about to start cross-examining on Exhibit A198. It's the affidavit of Brigadier Gininda, dated the 3rd of commissioned on the 23rd of October 2020, and the court wanted to find out if or what the page number is on the record. We looked at the record, my lord, and as we pointed out, the affidavit is already on record as
Yes.
Exhibit ZZ,
That's it, yeah.
and the relevant page of the record is page 33 of the proceedings of the 22nd of January 2024.
Okay.
It was canvassed from page 33 on the 22nd of January 2024 up until page 44 of the record of the 22nd of January 2024. Then just one last aspect, my lord, to correct the record. I think Mr. Ramsepili put it to Brigadier Gininda. Or he remarked that Brigadier Gininda was mentioning Mr. Absalom Zungu, that is now the father of Constable Zungu, for the first time in evidence in chief. If my memory, I hope I'm not misquoting Mr. Ramsipili. But during the proceedings of the 29th of November 2023 at page 43, and we're just merely correcting the record, my lord.
Okay, yeah.
The following was said at line 13 during post-examination by Mr. Mgomezulu. Now, I understand the logic of your answer, but the question still stands. When he was arrested on that is now with reference to accused number 1.
Yeah.
When he was arrested on the 30th, on the J50, let me say, before he was approached by Sergeant Mohola and Sadiq and Butelezi, the state had no evidence against him until such time accused 1 made the confession. Then Brigadier Gininda answered, I disagree, my lord. It is what I am saying. For one to focus on a specific individual, there must be a basis in the form of a statement or intelligence or a source saying this person committed this crime. So you cannot just go and question a person when there is no basis for that person being implicated. Then on page 44, starting from line 1, in fact from the previous page, the last page, Mr. Mgomezelu, yes, those are the links towards obtaining what you are saying, but what I am saying, the evidence at that time before his arrest depended on the information of the informer. Is that so? Then Brigadier Gininda answered, no, that is not what I'm saying. I am saying, my lord, when you approach someone, you have to have a base, whether it is information from the source or a statement making certain allegations. All that I'm saying is that there was a reason for us to focus on Mr. Sibiya. So I'm not saying it is a source, because I am now getting the impression as if I'm saying there is a source. And now follows the important part. There is a statement, my lord, in the docket which we disclose to the defense of Mr. Absalom Zongo. It is clearly implicating accused 1 and 2 in this matter, and that is what led us to focus on accused 1 and 2. Then Mr. Mgomezulu, Absalom Zongo, as you say, his statement is here, it is discovered. Then finally on page 45, Brigadier Gininda states the following from line 2. There was a base as to why we approached accused 1, because in that statement of this particular person, accused 1 and 2 are implicated as being involved specifically in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. That is all that we just wanted to correct the record. As a court pleases.
Are you satisfied with that, Mr. Ramsipili?
As the court pleases, my lord, indeed I am. And in fact, on Friday, when we left, we even canvassed this, and the brigadier repeated exactly the same utterances, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
So I am satisfied.
Mshushu sebefunda ke ubufakazi bange-29 kaNovember kunyaka ondlule la asho khona ukuthi ngoba uMr. Ramsipili beshilo-ke kufakazi ukuthi bekukokuqala ekhuluma lana-ke ngestatement sakhe u-Absalom Zungu, kodwa-ke kulokho okuqeda ufundwa manje kuyatholakala ukuthi ngoNovember-ke kunyaka ondlule ngazo i-29 lezi kwakubona-ke ubufakazi bakhe hlonywa imibuzo yena-ke uMr. Mgomezulu la akhuluma khona-ke ngestatement sakhe u-Absalom Zungu la sisho khona-ke lesi statement ukuthi-ke sikhuluma ngaye umsola wokuqala kanye nowesibili.
As the court pleases, my lord, may I proceed?
Yeah, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Morning, Brigadier.
Morning, Mr. Ramsipili.
Now, Brigadier, as I said on Friday, that I have reserved my cross-examination on HH1, which is the annexure to HH, a statement obtained by Colonel Rapadu, and JJ1, a statement obtained by Ms. Grenier, the magistrate at the Boksburg Magistrates Court. And I want to interrogate both statements for what I term markers of reliability and or markers of unreliability, right? Now, let's start by examining Exhibit HH1, which will be the annexure to the statement by...
Just reminded me that
Okay.
he was not reminded about the oath. Sorry.
Oh, so sorry, it's fine.
Just reminded Brigadier
Yeah,
that
and thanks for that, yeah.
Yes, thank you, noted, my lord, yes.
Okay. So we're starting with Exhibit HH1, the annexure to the pro forma of Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu,
Yes,
obtained on the 19th of June 2020 at Moroka Police Station.
yes, my lord, I have it in front of me.
Okay. And it starts by saying, during mid-October 2014, I received a call from a friend, Mtokozi Seni, and who was with Mapisa. You see that? Because I want us to take line by line.
Yes, but mine starts on top, where
No, so the one that says,
identifies
I Bongale.
yourself. Yes, that's where it starts.
Yes, it starts there, but I've just gone back to the content.
Or you want us to go straight to the content?
Yes.
All right. Yes, I do see the second paragraph. So
Now it says,
ngiyabona ke la ishoyo khona ukuthi ke maphakathi no-October 2014 ngathola ucingo ke kumngane uMthokoziseni.
so it says during mid-October 2014, and the point that I want to raise with you is this. In your testimony, you stated that when you spoke to accused number 2 at Carltonville, without any prompting, he knew the date of the 26th of October 2014. Do you recall that evidence?
I do recall that evidence, my lord.
Yebo ngiyakukhumbula ubufakazi la ngishilo khona ukuthi inkathi ngikhuluma naye kumsolo wesibili eCarltonville ngingambuzanga noma ngashongo lutho nje yena ke wakhumbula ke ilanga la nge-26 October 2014 ngiyakhumbula ngikusho lokho.
And even Sergeant Mohani testified the same way to say, I was surprised that accused number 2 knew of the date of the 26th of October without any prompting. But now the point that I'm raising is that in this statement it says, during mid-October 2014, and that's on the 19th, the first statement, you can see there that he's not unsure about the date, because if he knew the date, he was going to say on or about the 26th of October. I received a call from a friend, Mtokoziseni, who was with Mapisa. You see that?
Yes, I see that, my lord. But the context of how we got to the date of the 26th of October 2014, that's surprising, my lord, came after I've put to him, and that's what I said the last time, that I place it to him that I have a reason to believe, information that gives me reason to believe that he was involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. So there were specifics that were put to him. The name of Senzo Meyiwa was mentioned to him, my lord, but I didn't give him a date. And his response that surprised me is that he then gave me the date. He said, no, I was not involved because on this day, this is the date now where the 26th comes in, I was at work. So, but there was a context that was put in terms of the name of the deceased.
Uyabona ke lana ngoba wena ke ubufakazi bakho ngoba ke naye ke uSergeant Mohane washo ukuthi ke engabuzwanga noma engatshelwanga nge-26 umsolo wesibili wavele yena ke walusho washo ke kodwa lana kubhaliwe ukuthi maphakathi ke nendawo ke na ke October ka2014 okusho ukuthi ke nalana ke isiqiniseko wayengenaso kodwa ke uma enikeza ngaleyo date leyo yange-26 ka-October kunemininingwane ke noma ke kunalokho engakusho kuyena ngathi nginesizathu ke sokukholelwa noma ke ngine information enginayo yokuthi ke wena ke wawunengxenye ke ekulaweni kwakho Senzo Meyiwa yila khona ke azothi yena cha nge-26 ka-October 2014 mina cha ngangisendaweni ethize noma ngangisemsebenzini.
Sorry, just from my understanding,
Yes.
this imputation about the date, it comes from whom?
That was my next
No,
question.
because I thought you were first dealing with HH.
It is HH, man.
And who's is for in respect of accused number?
Accused number 2.
Number 2, okay,
Yes.
fine. All right.
And Brigadier, talking about context, my instructions and accused number 2 will tell the court that the context of him talking about the specific date of the 26th of October 2014 is that when you approached him, you asked him where he was on the 26th of October 2014. Hence this date of the 26th came about. He was replying in the context of you mentioning the date specifically.
No, that's not correct, my lord. Look, if the question was put like that, my lord, I have no reason to change it, because the essence of what became of that discussion is that he said he was at work, and I followed that alibi. So I didn't put a date to him. I only put the allegation that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in this matter. He responded with a date. Had I given him a date, my lord, I'll indicate that I gave him the date, and he would have followed his alibi if the answer would have been the alibi that he gave us, which was not correct, my lord.
Uma kuwukuthi mina-ke kulokhu kwekushiwo-ke manje ukuthi-ke ukuthi umsolo wesibili aphendule ngaleyo ndlela-ke ukuthi yena-ke ngeyi-26 za-October 2014 nayisemsebenzini kungoba ngambuza-ke mina ukuthi wayekuphi-ke ngeyi-26 cha umbuzo-ke angizange ngiwubeke ngaleyo ndlela-ke ukuthi nje ngasho kuyena-ke ukuthi nesizathu sokuthi ngikholelweke ukuthi wayeyingxenye-ke ekulawini kwakhe-ke usenzo yena-ke osezonikeza ngedate, hhayi ukuthi mina-ke nganikeza ngayo idate. Uma kuwukuthi ngangisho kanjalo bengizokusho-ke lokho.
Sorry. For the context, Mr. Ramusipili,
Yes.
are you traversing the statement or the confession of accused number 2?
Yes.
When he says, the first sentence, he says what? During May.
During mid-October.
During October.
Mid-October. He said
Mid-October.
during mid-October 2014.
But then you see why I don't understand the context as you're putting it.
Yes.
Who was the magistrate or the colonel who wrote that statement?
It's Lieutenant
It was
Colonel
Colonel
Rapapa.
Rapapa.
Right.
Yes.
It's different if it is written by the brigadier himself.
Correct.
Are you with me?
I am. my lord.
Yeah, how will that's the context.
Correct. Now, accused number 2 will deny as well that he had a friend that is called Mthokoziseni. And we now know, even from these proceedings, that the person that is known as Mthokoziseni, it's Mapisa, but in the statement it says, I was with I was called by Mthokoziseni, who was with Mapisa.
Yes. My lord, the statement was taken by Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, and that was the interaction. So this is what is contained in the discussion between him and Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu.
Umsolo wesibili-ke uzophika-ke ukuthi yena-ke unomnganeko ogama lakhe liwumthokoziseni, futhi-ke nanjengoba icala leli liqhubeka-ke sesiyazi-ke manje ukuthi-ke umthokoziseni Maphisa, kodwa la kubhalwe ukuthi-ke ngathola ucingo olubuya kumngani owumthokoziseni owaye kanye naye uMaphisa. Uthi mayiphendula-ke ukuthi lana umsola wayikhuluma naye uKenel Rapadu ikona-ke okwenzeka-ke lokhu mabekhuluma kubhalwe ngale ndlela.
And I do not have evidence, my lord, to say this person, this Mthokoziseni, does not exist, because no ID number or phone number were given, my lord.
Anginabo-ke nobufakazi ukuthi lo muntu obhalwe la owumthokoziseni akekho noma-ke akaphili, ngoba-ke akukho-ke inamba yakhe noma-ke i-ID number ekhona ebhaliwe la.
And that was going to be my next question. That's why I've always said to you, do not anticipate the next question. Just finish your answer and wait for the question to be asked. Because if you answer in that manner, my intention is to finish my course today, but you won't finish.
Noted, Mr. Ramsey.
So my question, as a lead IO, based on this statement and the mentioning of the name Mthokoziseni and Mapisa, did you then follow up on that evidence for investigative purposes to find out who these persons were that were mentioned there?
Yes, I did, my lord. I did not find, as I said, there's no ID number or phone number that can bring closer. There's not even a surname. So I did follow up, and Mapisa is accused for, as I indicated, that is a name that is associated with the person being mentioned. Mthokoziseni is the one that I could not associate with anyone, my lord, as being a friend.
Umthokoziseni lona-ke obhaliwe la nanjengomngane-ke yebo-ke ngilandeleleke, kodwa-ke nanjengoba ngishilo-ke ukuthi akuna ID number, akuna number lana umuntu angaxhumana naye-ke kuyona noma isibongo-ke, kodwa uMaphisa ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke igama-ke lelo elihlanganiswa naye-ke umsolwa wesine, kodwa-ke umthokoziseni lena angimtholanga.
And you have also testified, Brigadier, that the name Mapisa had already come up during the investigation by other officers before you came as an investigator in this matter, correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Ubusushilo-ke ukuthi igama lelo likaMaphisa-ke igama ebeselivelile-ke nangaphambilini kwelinye ithimba ke leli elaliphambi kwenu ke elaliphenya yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
And would you have a statement in the docket relating to this aspect of the name of Mapisa coming up, having been followed, and what happened after that?
Yes, there is a statement by the previous IO, Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa. It's in the docket to that effect. I approach it because, as I said, when I saw the name, it was just on the investigation diary, but it was clear what is contained. Then I approached the previous investigating officer, the initial one, and she disposed an affidavit to that effect. It is available, my lord.
Ingaba sikhona yini ke istatement ke esikhuluma ngalo lo daba lolo ke mayelana ke negama leli uMapisa yebo sikhona ke ngaya kuyena ke owayephenya ke icala uLieutenant Colonel Mthethwa futhi ke wasenza istatement mayelana nalokho siyingxenye yedokodo.
No, sorry, but was it, this statement, was it discovered
That's what I was thinking.
Yes,
to the defense?
Indeed, my lord, it was discovered in the docket because it was collected by me before I even came to testify.
Okay.
I'll even find the index number and give it to them. It was discovered, my lord.
Siyingxenye ke sikhona abameli basinikwa ke leso statement leso sakhe uLieutenant Colonel Mthethwa.
I'll find it and be specific in terms of the index number, my lord. It is 217, the index number. 8217. That is Angel Kululeko Mthethwa. 8217.
8217 lawo kubhalwe ke Angel Nkululeko Mthethwa.
No, it's not. Yes, that's the one, my lord. Indeed, 8217. That's him. And it was discovered, my lord.
Okay.
Abameli basinikezwa leso statement leso.
Okay. Now,
Just to put the right context, my lord, it was commissioned on 2020 November the 2nd, 2020. The 2nd of November, year 2020, my lord.
Uma sibekwa ke istampu noma si-commissioner kwako nge-2 kaNovember 2020.
okay. Now, accused number 2 had already testified in the trial within the trial, and he has stated the following: that he does not know Mapisa before the 27th of October 2020. He only met him at the Boksburg Magistrates Court when they appeared together, the 5 accused before court, for the first time in the Boksburg Magistrates Court.
No, but that's not correct, my lord. If you look at, for example, the statement, and I don't want to venture out of what Mr. Ramsipile led me on, the statement of Sifiso Zungu, it is clear that happened before the appearances of the 27th of October 2020. If you read Zungu's statement, Sifiso Zungu, they knew each other. If you read the statement of Makosonke, I'm just sticking to what we've discussed, me and Mr. Ramsipile, the name Mapisa appears. If you read the statement of Ndwandwe, my lord, which is also disclosed to the defense, there was interaction between Mr. Ndwandwe, Mr. Mapisa, and communication that were directed to accused 2. So that is correct. If you look at the evidence that is in the docket, the statement that I'm referring to, they do indicate that accused 2 knew Mr. Mapisa. In fact, he knew all the accused, my lord. Based on these statements.
Fine, but for this purpose of this court, were those statements discovered?
Yes, they
All
were
of them?
They were discovered, my lord,
Okay.
and this one of Sifiso Zung is the one that I said Mr. Ramsipile led me to it. Mr. Sifiso Zung, who is Kwabeni, it was discovered. The one that I'm referring to, it was discovered. It was also amongst the statements of Jack Buchelezi, who came to testify in this court, and together with, what is this other name? The other Zungu guy that I referred to, but they were discovered, my lord.
Akusilona ke iqiniso lelo uma ngabe ke umsolo wesibili ethi ke uMapisa ke akamazi uma eqala ke ukuhlangana naye noma uqale ke ukumazi nge-27 ka-October 2020 ngathi ke bebingelela imantshi bonke enkantolo yase Boksburg. Lelo ke akusilona iqiniso ngoba ke uma ngabe ufunda ke istatement sakhe uSifiso Zungu, ufunda istatement sakhe uMakhosonke, uNdwandwe kwakhona ke uxhumano kwakukhona ke phakathi kwaNdwandwe kanye futhi naye ke uMapisa, naye ke futhi umsolo wesibili ke ukhulumile nangaye ke uJack Buthelezi. ukusho ukuthi-ke la ekushoyo khona-ke ukuthi-ke ebemazi umsolwa wesine kanye futhi-ke nabo bonke nje abanye abasolwa ubewazana nabo.
My Lord, may I approach at least?
Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you, my Lord, I'm indebted. Now, Brigadier Belinda, in response to a question that accused number 2 says he does not know Mapisa before the 27th of October, you mentioned statements and names of people. Have those people, for example, testified in this court about that?
I do know Jack Buchelezi testified, my lord. Sifiso Zungu, as I said, you asked me about it, my lord, to be specific. That's why I said I don't want to venture out of what I was asking this court. That's why I confined myself to Sifiso Zungu, Makosonke, because we dealt with those in terms of the statements in this court from you yourself.
Kumbuzo ke ngikubuze wona ke use ukhuluma ke ngestatement washo ke amagama abantu. Ngabo labo bantu labo bashoyo ke bethulile ubufakazi yini kule nkantolo. Yebo uSifiso Zungu, uJack Buthelezi ngiyazi ke ingakho ke ngishilo ukuthi angifuni ukuthi ngiphumeke kumbuzo ke lo ongibuza uwona ke ngakho ke bengikhuluma ke ngalamagama ke abomakhosonke kodwa ngiyazi uSifiso Zungu kanye naye uJack Buthelezi bakuthulile ubufakazi.
No, only Jack Buthelezi. Sifiso Zungu didn't testify.
Oh, sorry, it's Sifiso, not Constable.
No. Sifiso is another one. It's
Okay,
called-
sorry.
he didn't
I'm just
testify.
confused. Sorry, I'm just. Oh, uSifiso Zungu ke akakuthulanga ubufakazi ngiyaqolisa ngicabanga uSifiso Zungu, uConstable Zungu akusiyena ke umuntu oyedwa, uJack Buthelezi kuphela umuntu othule ngobufakazi.
And Jack Buthelezi, when he testified in this court, he specifically testified about a narrow aspect whereby he met accused number 2 after accused number 2 had appeared in court in the Tlhabane Magistrates Court, and he gave accused number 2 money to buy toiletries because at the time accused number 2 had not received family visits so that they can bring him toiletries and things to bath with. He did not testify about accused number 2 knowing accused number 4, Mr. Mapisa.
I don't think that is entirely correct.
We'll remember that he made a volte-face after testifying. It's a matter that should rather be left for argument.
Yeah.
Now, further on this point regarding accused number 2's prior knowledge, interaction, communication, or otherwise with accused number 3, 4, and 5 specifically. Accused number 2 says, I only met accused number 3, accused number 4, accused number 5 for the first time on the 27th of October 2020 when we appeared together for the first time in this matter in the Boksburg Magistrates Court.
But that's not correct, my lord. That is why I said the statement of Kwabeni, Sifiso Zungu, places all the accused in the same company where they were talking, in the hostel. It's in that statement of Sifiso Zungu. It is further corroborated by Constable Zungu, who also says the same thing. Makosonke, in particular with accused number 2, also places him around that period. In fact, Makosonke, my lord, in that statement, accused to confess to him privately for being involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. or it is alleged by that statement, to put the right context, that he confessed to him, my lord.
Yes, sorry. I see Mr. Nomalo is standing up.
Thank you, my lord, for the recognition. I'm having a problem, my lord, where the witness is referring to affidavits of witnesses whose evidence has not been tested before this court.
Is that the criteria?
For instance, just now, he just gave evidence
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking.
of what is contained in that statement.
Is that the criteria that if a witness has made a statement and he hasn't testified in this court, the brigadier, in terms of the law, IUMLEV is not allowed by law to mention that exigency, despite the fact that that statement has been discovered. If it has not been discovered, it's clear. You can't refer to it. Because the assumption in terms of the law is that that information you would not know because it's not discovered. But if the docket is discovered, it is assumed that you read the docket. The fact that you don't call Ratamukhatlin to come and testify having made a statement, it's neither here or there, unless I'm wrong.
I'm having a problem, my lord, where the witness mentioned what is contained in the affidavit before this court under
No,
cross-examination.
you can test it under your cross-examination.
For instance, my lord, we have been told by the state that this is the last witness. Now he mentions other people.
So what should I do?
Seeking
You want the
what is
ruling, sir?
contained.
You want the ruling on that aspect?
No,
No, the law allows it. Like Kelly, for instance, it's been mentioned here, he did A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I don't know, because you don't discover anything to me. But Mr. Brigadier Gininda says he said this and this and this in the statement. I don't know. But you are at liberty to contradict that by bringing evidence to show that Kelly was somewhere in Hollywood when they say she made a statement. Yes.
Another point of contention here is that this witness is allowed to bring through the back door hearsay evidence. And we all know what are the basis of hearsay evidence is. The state must stand up and make an application that, my lord, I am aware that this is hearsay evidence, but I'm requesting that it be provisionally accepted pending the calling of the witness whose credibility that information rests.
You are
But
right.
the state does not do that.
You are right.
Yes.
But this evidence is being elicited under cross-examination. That's the difference.
But
Wait,
nonetheless, yes.
He is being cross-examined.
Yes, my lord.
And then he answers.
Yes, my lord. But my lord, nonetheless, hearsay evidence is
You can argue
inadmissible
that,
in terms
you
of the
can argue
legislation.
thereafter that what he was saying is hearsay evidence, fine. But you can't accuse a witness of answering and then you say you're not supposed to answer the way you're answering because it's hearsay evidence.
But again, my lord, the rules are very clear. Hearsay evidence is not admissible unless the state, as I'm saying, stands up and say, I'm making application that be provisionally accepted pending the calling of the witness whose veracity statement relies.
Okay, fine, no, but I differ with you. There's a case of State versus Lepoko.
Yes.
It's a judgment by Underhalter. Just read that judgment. It was delivered in 2019.
Yes.
SCA.
And another thing that I've
Okay.
noted, my lord, is that hearsay evidence is actually not elicited under cross-examination, but it is because of this unwarranted elucidation by this witness. It's just allowed to
You
do
can't-
whatever
you can't
that he
get
wants
away from the
without
fact that-
any control. Man.
You can't get away from the fact that this witness is under cross-examination.
He's under cross-examination, but he keeps on explaining things that have not been asked. Man.
You
If
are
I
right.
were me,
You can argue that, no problem.
thank you, man.
You can argue that, fine.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Can we also say
Hey.
our piece regarding this matter? With the greatest of respect, Advocate Mnisi is wrong as far as the law is concerned. If, and these are the rules of cross-examination, if in cross-examination you elicit hearsay evidence, that is the only exception. It's one of the exceptions under which hearsay evidence is it can be accepted. Now, Mr. Ramsepile asked the witness accused says, or puts it to the witness accused, who says he only met accused 3 and 5 for the first time on the 27th of October 2020 at Boksburg Magistrate Court. Now, the witness simply answers that and says, no, that is not correct. And he mentions all the relevant places where their names are mentioned. There's nothing wrong with it. That's what they elicited in cross-examination.
Okay, yes, Mr. Ramsey, let's go.
My Lord, I don't understand which hearsay have I elicited when I say I put a proposition that my client will come and tell the court that I met accused 3, 4, and 5 for the first time on the 27th of October 2020 at the Boksburg Magistrate Court for the first appearance of this man. How can that be hearsay elicited by me?
You know what? I don't want to get into the merits of this case.
Yes.
But bear in mind the defense which was placed in this court
Yes.
about the cell phone evidence. That I was at such and such a place and number so and so gave me a lift, he was driving a Kumbi, was driving this. I don't want to get into that. Okay, you've heard me.
Yes, my Lord. And my Lord, as well as I've been very cordial to the witness to say, as they ask it, I think now I'll...
No,
also-
fine. Look,
Yes.
you have a right to cross-examine.
Yes.
And then your client is going to get into the box and dispute that evidence. And you can argue which version the court should take or accept, whatever. But this witness, unless he's telling fables or he's lying when he says the statement was discovered. That's why this court is asking, was that statement discovered? And then he says it was discovered. And you, the defense, you don't say no, it's wrong. You keep quiet. Because you're entitled to say he is not telling the truth, Brigadier Gabi Gininda, when he says this statement was discovered. Let him show us the copy. You don't say that. You just pass. What must I do?
My Lord, in fact, regarding that, let me clarify that. We were given a list of about 12 witness statements. And in those statements, they said these are the secret witnesses. Their personal particulars, names, addresses, cell numbers were redacted. So when you read that statement, you don't know if this is Fiso, if this is Kwabeni, if this is so and so. That's the context of the 12 statements that we received. The ones that I personally received, I can't talk for my learned colleagues now. So I don't know Fiso's statement, Kwabeni's statement from those statements that compartment of statements that we were.
But the man, when he writes a statement, he says, I, Ratamo Khatling, swear under oath that I am a chef. I'm employed at cafe so and so. I was born on such and such a date. I, Ratamo Khatling, was present when Miss Mshololo cooked an Epicurean meal of potatoes and this and that and that. This is how the statement goes. The guy identifies himself and describes himself as so and so. Are you with me?
Ask for a 5 minutes adjournment just for the defense to...
Yeah, maybe. Because
Thank you, ma'am. Just 5 minutes, ma'am.
what's your time then? Although that gentleman says we mustn't adjourn. So what time should I come? Okay. Where? What time?
It's 10 to 11 now. We can resume at 11.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, madam.
Right.
having a discussion about it. We beg indulgence, madam.
You what?
We beg indulgence. Perhaps if we come after the short break, madam. My lord, with respect, I'm going to ask this of the court. I'm immune to social media, my lord. This case, from the time we started on the 18th of July until today, has moved tremendously than the previous trial, my lord. So we are not going to rush justice. Justice is happening. The wheels of justice are turning in respect of the accused persons. If it wasn't, they would complain, we'll bring it to the court, my lord. So we are not going to dance to social media, my lord.
This is not social media.
That's one person hiding behind an email, my lord, and he's one of them.
What's the time now?
It's 11:03.
Okay, we'll come back at past. But you know what? Another aspect I forgot to tell you guys when you say the thing is hearsay. According to Brigadier Geninda, he took the statements. Am I correct?
Yes, Fiso Zoom was taken by me.
Yeah, I'm looking at Baloyi. I'm asking him, do you know this and this and this and this and this? Baloyi says this and this and this and this and this. Are you prepared to swear to it on a statement? Yes, I am. Somebody like Ngumalo takes an oath. He's being cross-examined now in court. And he says Baloyi said this and this and this and this and this. And Baloyi was a witness. He has deposed to a statement. It has been discovered. So you're at liberty to cross-examine Geninda, Brigadier, put it to him after getting instructions that no statement was taken. And then Baloyi says there are witnesses which he is not going to use. You've got the right to call those witnesses who have made statements and who are accusing your client of A, B, C, and D. Like this gentleman,
Jack Buthelezi.
Buthelezi. I remember his evidence. When he says he met accused number 2 at Rustenburg.
Correct.
And that there was a shop there, Dodos or whatever. And then somebody was seated in a van. Gave him permission to talk to that gentleman. And that gentleman said A, B, C, and D. And of course that gentleman, like Mr. Baloyi, has been kind to us. He says he did a volte-face. He came back and said, So we follow the evidence. You've got the right to call any witness who has made a statement, deposed to it. And Mr. Baloyi hasn't called him. And you can cross-examine that very witness who made that statement before Mr. Brigadier Geninda and tell him that you were lying, blah, 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 blah. That's how you rebut this type of evidence. But you can't stop a witness from testifying on what he knows and what he was told. What could be hearsay? Perhaps it's a Wamanda, whoever he is, telling this witness, Ginanda, the lies. That's hearsay. Yes. When he's in the box here. Then you can argue that he is lying and that other witness is lying. But you can't accuse Ginanda of hearsay. When he says, I was sitting with who's that gentleman? The old man from Absalom Zoom, and he said to me this and this and this and this.
Yes.
Okay.
The court will recall the case that we quoted some few days ago on unproven statement. Specifically says if a statement was taken in the presence of that statement, that person can still vouch as to the correctness of the statement. Yes.
That's right. So
that's what the law says.
Yeah, it's different if, like Mabena, for instance. You see Mabena? He took statements, obviously. But he's not here. He's late. So if the evidence, they want to cross-examine on that evidence of Mabena because you have, let's say, you knew that Mabena was taking a statement in front of you. They can subpoena you, for instance, if you have given evidence. And use section 3, is it? Of the evidence.
Yes.
Because he's late, Mabena. And then he, because he took the statement, he's alive. He can say, I was there, Mabena gave me this statement. Am I correct? That's the law.
Yes,
That's
that's what the law says. There's a case that we quoted. That
Yeah, I know.
one way of proving a statement is to call the person who took down the statement.
Yes.
Yes.
And he took the statement of the person he says, told him that he knows accused number 2.
Correct, my lord. Wabeni.
Okay, half past.
Rise.
not know accused number 3, 4, and 5. He only knew them on the 27th of October 2020 when they appeared together for the first time in this matter in the Boksburg Magistrates Court. Amongst your answer, you said there's a statement of Angel Mutetwa, who states that accused number 2 and 4 know each other. Remember that?
No, I don't think I said accused number 2. With regard to Angel Mutetwa, the previous IO, I was specific that it's in relation to accused 4 when his name came up as one of the suspects. Insofar as the accused, this is now accused number 2, I referred to Sifiso Zungu, which is Kwabeni. Angel Mutetwa, my lord, and I think I was clear even last week that it was in relation to say the name that was contained in the docket amongst the accused. It was only for accused 4, which was in the diary of the docket, and then subsequent to that, the IO, which is Lieutenant Colonel Mutetwa, then made a statement to that effect. So it only relates to accused number 4.
Yeah, that I remember.
Mangikubuza ke umbuzo ngokuthi ke umsola wesibili ke uyasho ke ukuthi umsola wesithathu owesine nowesihlanu akabazi qala ukuhlangana nabo ke nge 27 October 2020 uphenduleke wathi ke kune statement sakhe uAngel noma ke Lieutenant Colonel Mutetwa ha ayisona engikushilo ke lokho engikushilo mayelana ne statement sakhe ke uLieutenant Colonel Mutetwa ukuthi ke kwakunegama ke elalivela ke ukuyigama lakhe ke umsola wesine uMaphisa yena ke wenza istatement ngokumayelana nalokho kuphela hayi ngokwazana kwabasola kodwa igama nje leli elalikhona manje ngomuntu okwakuyena wayephenya ngaphambilini.
Now, when we're dealing with checking whether the confession statement has got markers of reliability and unreliability, I'm going to go through with you on 4 aspects, and one of which you touched on when you testified about HH and JJ, which is the level of detail contained in that statement. You remember?
Yes, my lord, I do remember.
Ngiyakhumbula ke uma ke sikhuluma ngaso istatement ke manje ukuthi ke kuyini ke ekubhekayo noma ke imininingwane ekhona kusona ke istatement esikhuluma ngazo ke istatement lezo HH no JJ.
And you were asked by my learned colleague, and you stated certain factors that you highlighted. For example, that the statement mentions 2014, it mentions Kelly Kumalo, it mentions the phone being taken, and other factors that you highlighted. Remember that?
I remember in relation to the collaboration, my lord, because
Yes.
I was talking to exhibit HH and JJ insofar as the collaboration of the facts contained there, my lord.
Masikhuluma ke manje ngale statement ezimbili ke uHH no JJ ukuthi ke la ekuhlangana khona ke uthi Mr. Kamsipile ukhulumile ke ngonyaka u2014 ukhulumile ke ngayo Kelly Khumalo kanye futhi ke nocingo yabo bengikhuluma ke lokho okhona kuHH uphinde ukuthola futhi na kuJJ.
Isn't it true, Brigadier, that this case attracted a great deal of media coverage, and it was covered across print media, electronic media, social media, and the like?
Yes, well, I suppose after the trial started, you mean?
Even before. Let's talk about even before.
Yes, it was in the public domain, my lord. I'm aware. Although I don't follow bit by piece of it, but I'm aware that it was in the media platforms.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi icala ke leli icala ke besakaza noma ebeliphuma ke nakuzona ke inkundla zokuxhumana noma sikhuluma ngayo ke iTV sikhuluma ke ngomsakazo kodwa belikhona nje icala ke ebelisakazo
And still is, if even present, my lord.
kusenjalo nanjengamanje.
And you, as investigating officers, when you liaise with media houses, there's certain information, what we call the holdback evidence, that you do not give to the media so that it's disseminated to the public. So that information will be known only by the perpetrator and the investigating team. Do you know about holdback evidence?
I'm not sure about the whole. Yes, I know what is holdback evidence, but I'm not sure as to whether there is such an understanding between the media platforms of the police and us. What I know, my lord, the police system or department is structured this way. Within the police division, like with myself as I'm reporting to the National Commission, there is a spokesperson that deals with the media. So questions are directed to that section, and then that section then will then get relevant answers and report as to what is necessary or what will not compromise ongoing investigations. That's how we structured. But we don't have a permission to directly speak to the media, my lord. As the IO, I don't have that permission.
Thina ke mina ke angikwazi ukuthi ngingakhulumisana ke nalabo ke bomsakazo noma basakazayo ke noma ke abe radio noma abe TV mina ke njengoba ngireporta kuyena ke National Commissioner ukhona ke umuntu okhulumela ke umnyango ku spokesperson uma ngabe bafuna ke abe intatheli ukukhuluma naye bakhuluma naye ke
And the spokesperson, my lord, for the police is not necessarily part of the investigation. Like at the national office, that person simply focuses on the media relations. Is not part of any investigation team.
Futhi ke umuntu okuyena ke okhulumela umnyango ke loyo muntu ke akasiyona ke ingxenye umuntu ke okhona ke lapha e-office noma ke national office kodwa ke akasiyona ingxenye yophela.
Now, do you know whether or not there was any holdback evidence pertaining to the investigation and the details surrounding the death and killing of Senzo Meyiwa?
My lord, I'll perhaps maybe just to get a clarity, holdback. So what I understand, perhaps then maybe I should understand the question in the proper context. So what I know, my lord, the police do not disclose the evidence in the media platform. They will report perhaps at the stage in which the investigation is, if it is a high-profile matter or there is a media attention to say they must comment. But the policy is that the police will not go to a media platform and articulate all the evidence. They may confirm people have been arrested, they've been linked, but they will not go into the details of what is contained in linking that person or the suspects involved, my lord.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi ke uma ngaba ke abemaphoyisa ke noma loyo ke oyisikhulumi ehamba ke kulabo beindaba eyokhuluma nabo ke akangeke anikeze ngemininingwane noma ke asho ke ubufakazi uzosho yebo ukuthi cha yebo bakhona ke abantu ababoshiwe kodwa nje ngeke angene kumininingwane uma esiyokhuluma nabeindaba.
So regarding what you term collaboration and mentioning the year 2014, what was so special about mentioning 2014 in either HH or JJ? Was that not in the public domain that this incident occurred in 2014?
Yes, it was. But when you talk about collaboration, my lord, is that what he says on Exhibit JJ, he's also saying it on Exhibit HH. And that Exhibit HH corresponds with the case itself, that it occurred in 2014. So we're not talking about Exhibit HH, my lord, and JJ. It's a document that was written by those people, taking the information from him. That is the impression of what is contained here.
Okubhaliwe ke kulana ke kulama document amabili ke sikhuluma ngayo HH kanye ke no JJ ukuthi ke ukhona u2014 ngale nangale futhi ke ukhona u2014 futhi ke iloko okwabhalwa ke ilabo bantu ke abekuyibona babebhala futhi ke lokho kuhambisana ke naloko okuqukethwe kulona ke idokodo.
In fact, when you testified regarding Exhibit HH, you said that HH is not as detailed as Exhibit JJ. Is that correct?
Yes, because you can see, my lord, that for example, specifically just to get straight to it, in Exhibit HH, there's only 2 annexures in terms of pages. If you go to JJ, just to support that, the annexures in JJ consist of, I'll just count it, my lord, so that one can be specific why I said that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It contains 6 annexed pages of the statement. So in Exhibit HH, you have 2 annexures. The other one 6. So the number tells you that there's more details on the other one than the first one.
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke HH ke akanayo ke imininingwane na njengo JJ yebo ngishilo ke uma ubheka kuyena ke HH uzothola ukuthi kunama page ke amabili kuphela kodwa ke kuyena ke uJJ awu6 kuyakutshela ke lokho ukuthi ke kunemininingwane eminingi ngale kuyena uJJ.
What I'm suggesting to you, Brigadier, is this. The mentioning of Kelly Kumalo as one of the factors that we talked about as collaboration. This was also in the public domain that the deceased was shot at whilst at the girlfriend, Kelly Kumalo, right? That was mentioned in the media.
No. So because we must look at what is contained in JJ and HH. and corroborate it with what is contained in the first in the first confession, rather the confession of accused number 1, because that's how I look at the collaboration, my lord. What is mentioned in all these confessions is that Kelly Khumalo was a trigger point. That's not what was covered in the media previously, except to say the deceased was shot at the house of then the girlfriend, which is Miss Kelly Khumalo. And there were allegations of saying perhaps she may have been involved in all that, but there was no, standing here, my lord, I do not have a recollection of someone saying in the media platform that Miss Kelly Khumalo hired people to kill the deceased. It was the first time, and it was the first time when we got told of these accused, in particular 1 and 2. That is why, my lord, I said, up to the time we got to accused 1 and subsequent accused 2, we were dealing with what we thought was a robbery that possibly went wrong. The assertion that indicates that this was a contractual killing started forming that picture when we got to accused number 1, and thereafter it was supported by exhibit HH and JJ by accused number 2.
Ingabe akusiyona yini into ekwakhulunywa ngayo ke kuzona ke indaba ke ukuthi ke uma eshona umufi washonela ke kwikhaya noma kumuzi ke waloyo ayethandana naye ekuyilento okhuluma ngayo ke uthi ke manje uma uhlanganisa ukuthi ku-HH no JJ kukhona kokubili ke khuluma ngayo Kelly Khumalo, kuzofanele sahlukaniseke ukuthi ke angikaze ngizweke noma ngaphambilini ngizweke kukhona umuntu okhulumayo ke kuzona ke indaba ethi ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo uyena ke owahamba ke wayofuna abantu ukuthi ke abenze umsebenzi wokuthi kubulawe yena ke umufi, kodwa lokho sizohlangana nako ke uma ke uphenyo seliqhubeka ke futhi ke sekuyena umsolo wokuqala kanye nowesibili ke ukhulumile noma ugonyulikile eqala yena umsolo wokuqala wase naye ke umsolo wesibili ke manje uya kusho ke lokho.
Now, as a lead detective, you receive HH with HH1 annexure thereto from Colonel Rappard. What do you then do containing the contents of that statement for your investigative purposes?
You follow it, my love. That's what collaboration is. You take it. If the court look, for example, I will make an example with that. I won't go to the details of what is contained. So if you look at exhibit HH, it was made on the 19th of June 2019. If you look at, for example, the statement and the name of Kwabeni, well, let me say HH and JJ, my lord. If you look at them, names are mentioned there. From here, which is the 19th of June when HH was made, and then subsequently the 24th of June 2020 when JJ was made. The statements that followed in terms of the names that are contained here are after this. So you follow this in collaboration, and that is where now you'll find the names of Sifiso Zongo, Makosonke, all those things as a result of what was contained. So it was an ongoing investigation based on what I wanted to collaborate on this statement, and subsequently the identification of accused number 3, 4, 5. If one looks at the interaction, even our interaction, for example, with accused number 3, my lord, it was done on the 30th of June 2020. It was after his name was mentioned here. Same when you go to accused number 4, it was the 1st of July. It's after he was mentioned here. Same with accused number 4 was the 6th of July, number 1 was the 1st of July. It was after these statements were made, my lord.
Manje ke wena ke ongiphenyi sikhona ke le statement manje ke ezenziwe ke yini ke manje oyenzayo emuva kwalokho i-statement lezi ke zenziwe ngayo nge-19 kanye futhi nangazo ke i-24 June 2020 uJJ ke uyenziwe ngazo i-24 June 2020. Kunamagama ke ashiwo lapho sikhuluma ngamagama ke abo ke Osifiso Zungu, abo Makhosonke, sekuyakhulunywa ke futhi manje ke nangabasolwa ke unumber 3, unumber 4, unumber 5. Uma usuka lana ke uyalandelela ke manje uya kulabantu uSifiso Zungu, uMakhosonke, lapho uthola khona ke abasolwa ke unumber 3, u4, unumber 5. Umsolo wesithathu yena ke saqala ukuthi si benokhuluma naye ke nge-30 zika June 2020 kusemuva kokuthi igama lakhe livelile kule statement. Unumber 4 yena nge-6 zika July, bese kuthi unumber 1 yena nge-1st zika July, emuva kokuthi amagama abo eshiwo kule statement engikhuluma ngazo.
Also the cell phone downloads, my lord, this is what came after, because the question is what do we do now? We have these statements, cell phone downloads of the phone relating to accused number 3, tracing of the firearm up to the time when the firearm that was linked to the projectile that was found at the crime scene was also done after the statement, my lord.
Bese ngoba ke umbuzo uthi ke yini engayenza ke emuva kwalokho manje ke la sekusetshenzwa khona ke ngama downloads akhe umakhalekhukhwini wakhe umsolo wesithathu bese kubhekwa ke noma kufunwa ke manje isibhamu lesi ke sabe setholakala ke isibhamu lesi ke esahlanganiswa ke nayo inhlamvu eyatholakala kwindawo yesigameko.
Accused number 2 will tell this court that when you interviewed him at Carltonville on the 18th of June. When he was interviewed in the boardroom at Pretoria North Hospital, Pretoria North Police Station, you placed certain information that you suspect that he is linked to the commission of this offense, the Senzo Meyiwa murder. But over and above, you were asking him about the names of the people that he doesn't know. For example, you were asking him about Utelezi, Mapisa, Nkani, and he kept on saying, I don't know who these people are. And you insisted that you know him, you know them from the taxi industry.
No, but that's not true, my lord. That's not true. So I'll deal with it because it's one question, but it's loaded, it's segmented, my lord. And I'll try to deal with it because it's not just one question. So the first part, I was not there on the 17th of July at Pretoria North. I said this before, and so that part is not correct. I was not there, and I was not present when he was interviewed by Sergeant Mukhani. That's the first part. The second part, my lord, when I met him, and that was the 18th of June, sorry, not July, the 18th of June when I met him, 18 June 2020, I did not know the names of accused 2, 3, and 4. What I had at that stage was the confession statement made by accused number 1, which mentions 2 different other people, the Butelezis. Insofar as the statement that I had from Mr. Absalom Zungu, it mentioned him and accused 1. So that is how far my investigation was concerned, because I will not go to number 4, my lord, because in the docket itself, there were a lot of people that were interviewed and eliminated as part of the investigation. I just took interest of it because it's now before court that he was once looked at, but there were a number of them that were excluded. But insofar as the direction of the investigation as to where it was going, there were 2 people on our side, accused 1 and 2, based on Mr. Absalom Zungu's statement. There was no other statement. We've disclosed what we have, my lord. When we got to him, it is accused 2 who then brought in the other accused, that is 3, 4, 5. That's when it started now giving an indication that this matter was not actually a robbery gone wrong, it was a contractual killing. All that started as the result of the interview and the confessions made by accused number 2, my lord.
Manje ke umsola wesibili ke uthi ke ku laphayana eboardroom ePretoria North ngazo ke i17 i17 zika June 2020 wena ke unamagama ke owawasho noma ke umbizela kona ke omaphisa abobuthelezi abonkani futhi ke kuhamagama abantu labo angabazi kodwa kwakuwena umuntu owayesho lawo magama lokho ke akusilona ke iqiniso okoqala angithi nje bese ngikushilo ke ngaphambilini lokho ukuthi ngeyi17 zika June 2020 mina ke ngangingekho lapho khona ke la ePretoria North kwakungeyi18 zika June 2020 mangihlangana naye ke okoqala umsolo wesibili futhi ke lawo magama lawo noma amagama amsolo wesithathu owesine nowesihlanu ngangingawazi kwaku umsolo kunamagama ke ayechaziwe ke noma ke kwistatement esasewenziwe uyena umsolo wokuqala yena ke washo amanye noma ke amagama ahlukile kwase kuthi ke yena ke kwesakhe statement uZungu wase yena ke wakhuluma ngayo umsolo wesibili kanye futhi ke nomsolo wokuqala kungenkathi ke manje utholakala istatement sakhe umsolo wesibili ekuyena ke owafaka amagama ommangalelo noma ke umsolo owesithathu owesine nowesihlanu kodwa ke ngaphambi kwalokho lawo magama lawo ngangingawazi yila ke manje sekuzovela khona noma sekuzochacha ba khona ke ukuthi cha lokhu ke besicabanga noma ebengicabanga ukuthi bekuyobanjwa inkunzi kwase kungahambi kahle kwakungasilona iqiniso kodwa ke kwayiwa lapha yana ngenhloso ke yokuthi ayobulawa umufi.
Did the confession, and I'm speaking about Exhibit HH, lead to the discovery of additional evidence against accused number 2 in particular?
Well, it was collaborated, yes, because like I said, the statement of Jack Buthelezi, I think we've dealt with it. I mean, you'd have seen it, my lord, what he says, that is evidence. If you look at the statement of Sifiso Zungu, it implicates him. If you look at the statement of Ndwandwe, it's in the docket, it implicates him in terms of confessions that he made, alleged confession that is being alleged that he made to them. So yes, there were evidence that we found that actually implicates him further into this matter, my lord.
Ingaba ke emuva ke kwaleso statement esogonyuluka kwakhe ke umsolo wesibili kukhona yini okunye okwatholakala ke okumhlanganisa necala lokhu leli? Yebo, uma ubheka sona ke istatement sakhe uJack Buthelezi sikhulumile ngayo istatement sakhe ke uSifiso Zungu uNdwandwe la bashoyo ke khona ke ukuthi ke kunento emhlanganisayo ke nalo icala leli.
Did you locate the black hoodie that witnesses testified about, the witnesses that were in the house and other witnesses? Did you locate that?
No, I did not, my lord.
Ingaba wayithola yini ke ihudi leyana ke emnyama ofakazi noma abanye ofakazi abakhulume ngayo? Cha, angizange ngiyithola.
Did HH identify further any elements of the offense that were not known to you or was in the public domain?
So let me understand the question. That was understand not known to me. What was not in the public domain? Just to understand that aspect, my lord.
My apologies, my lord. I just need to arrange an interpreter for another court. My apologies.
Okay. Never mind. We shall wait so that the eyes which are watching us know why we are not proceeding. The senior prosecutor, senior interpreter is going to arrange an interpreter for another court.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, yeah. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Madam. Sorry, Brigadier, let me start with that question. Did HH identify any elements of the offense or the crime that was not known to the investigative team?
Yes, it did. I mean, for example, it mentioned, as I said, my lord, accused 2, 3, 4, and 5. That was not known to us up to the existence of this document. That's the first part.
Ingabe ke istatement lesi ke kukhona okunye esakudalula yini okwakungaziwa ithimba eliphinyayo? Yebo ke kwaletha ke ngaphambili ke umsola sibili owesithathu owesine kanye nowesihlanu esasingenabo ke ngaphambilini kwalo idocument leli.
That the firearm or the person who had this is what the document alleges, my lord, that the person who had dreadlocks is alleged to be accused number 3.
Nokuthi ke umuntu yiloku okushiwa ke noma okubhalwe lapha ke sikhuluma ke manje ngeyitatimende lezi ukuthi ke umuntu ke oyinama dreadlocks lokho okusolakala noma ke okusola ukuthi kwakumsola wesithathu.
It further alleges that the accused 3 is the one who fired the shot that killed the deceased.
Kusho
We did
futhi
not know that.
kusho ke nokuthi noma ke kusola ke ukuthi ke umsola wesithathu ke uye ke owadubula ke lokho okwaholela ekushoneni kwakhe umufi sasingakwazi lokho.
Let me just think what else, my lord.
Now, Constable Zungu, when he testified here, he stated, and he also states in his statement, that when he met you and Brigadier Perumal, he furnished both of you with all the information that was at his disposal, and the information that was at his disposal at the time related to the names of the suspects at the time, the 5 suspects that he said were involved in this matter, and also that he furnished the two photographs, or not two, he didn't mention names. He furnished photographs of accused 1 and 2 to General Nishaban.
All right, before I go there, my Lord, I was not done with what we did not know. I just want to put two aspects and I can move on. The other thing that we did not know is the use of a silver Polo as a getaway car. We did not know that. We also did not know that there was money or container taken from the house during this incident. That we did not know. So I just want to put that into perspective.
Uma ngizoqedelela ke ngaphambilini kokuthi ke siye kumbuzo ke olandelayo ke ukuthi ke nanjengoba bengibuziwe ukuthi kwakuyini ke okunye esasikwazi noma engangikwazi ke esasingakwazi ke siyithimba eliphenyayo ukuthi ke kunemoto ke eyayisilver iPolo eyasetshenziswa ukuthi kube imoto kuhanjwa ngayo ke kamuva kokuthi isigameko senzeka nokuthi ke kwakunecontainer yemali eyathathwa ke lapho endlini.
Now, my Lord, coming to our interaction with Constable Zungu, with Brigadier Perumal, I think I did indicate, my Lord, that when we met him on the 13th of November, 2019, really it was to confirm that he has convinced his father and the father is willing to come forward. We met the father, my Lord, on the 17th of November, 2019, when I took a statement. I don't recall the details of what he told us, but the essence of what I'm saying, my Lord, is that we were moving from the angle of the information, that needed to be corroborated by the father, and subsequent on the 17th of November that year, and then I met the father, and then he gave me that statement, Mr. Absalom Zungu, my Lord.
Futhi ke ngathi ke noma ke kubufakazi bakhe ke awakusho uZungu ukuthi ke ehlangana noma esehlangene ke nani ke waninikeza ke imininingwane ke yalabo bantu ke ayethi yena ke babe yingxenye ke yesigameko leso sokubulawa kwakhe ke uSenzo futhi amagama amahlanu kanye futhi ke nezithombe ke zakhe umsolo wesibili kanye owokuqala kanye nowesibili. Thina ke uma sihlangana naye ke uZungu ngazo i13 zika November 2019 kwakuuqinisekisa nje kuphela ke ukuthi wakhuluma yini nobaba wakhe ukuthi baba wakhe eze ngempela ke sahlangana ke nobaba wakhe nge17 zika November 2019 ubaba wakhe ke wase enikeza ngaso istatement.
Now if we can go to exhibit JJ Brigadier.
Yes, ma'am.
This was then the statement that was obtained by the magistrate on the 24th of June 2020, correct?
Correct, my Lord.
UJJ isona ke statement esabhalwa ke noma ke sathathwa yona ke imanje nge24 zika June 2020.
What was the need for you to obtain a second confession from the magistrate?
Well, my Lord, I think the court will recall that I said on the 23rd of June, the day before, the accused was with his attorney, Mr. Mjiako. There was a discussion as to who are the state representatives insofar as the NPA is concerned. Advocate Baloyi and the other two advocates were mentioned. Out of those discussions, because it was clear, my Lord, at that stage, that accused too was willing to work with the state, and that was the process that was followed, that then it gave rise to the existence of Exhibit JJ. Those discussions that started then and moved on even after the appearance until they fell off, my Lord.
Manje ke kwakuyini ke isizathu noma imbangela ke yokuthi ke manje kube nalesi statement lesibili ke lesi sake 24 zika June 2020 lesi ke esathathwa yona ke imanje bese bengikushilo ke lokho ngaphambilini ukuthi ke nazo i23 zika June 2020 umsolo wakhe kanye ke nalowo wayemele ngaleso sikhathi yena ke uMr Mjiako bafuna ukwazi ke noma babefisa ke ukuthi bazi ukuthi obani ke abamele umbuso ila manje esekukhulunywa khona ke kuneyingxoxo ke ezaqhubeka nasemuva kokuthi sebebingelele imanje enkantolo kodwa ke kunala zingazange iqhubeke khona ke ilokho ke ekwaholela ekuthini kube nalesi statement lesi esabhala yona imanje.
In the trial, within the trial, when this question was posed to you, why was there a need for the second confession? Didn't you testify that it appeared that accused number 2 was now distancing himself from the statement that was obtained by Colonel Rappan?
No way, no.
awuzange ukusho yini ngaphambilini uma ngikubuza-ke lo mbuzo ukuthi-ke manje isizathu kwakuwukuthi-ke umsola wesibili wayeseyiqhelanisa-ke nestatement lesi esenziwa kuyena uKenneth Raphathu mbuso uthi cha-ke akusiyona-ke akuzange kwenzeke ngaleyo ndlela.
No, that's not what I said, my lord.
Angikushongo-ke lokho.
Now, was there additional evidence other than what you've testified about HH? Was there additional evidence that was discovered after the obtaining of Exhibit JJ?
Your my lord, one will have then to really look at the docket and see the sequence of the statements because remember Exhibit HH and JJ, when the investigation, for example, of Sizwe Zungu, the statements, they were taken collectively because they were saying similar things, but there was more in Exhibit JJ. So there are other things that were followed here, but one will have to look at the docket in terms of the dates to see what is it that was mentioned in Exhibit JJ that was then followed and then attached in the docket, my lord.
Ingabe manje-ke uma kubhekwa noma kuphuma kuyena-ke u-Exhibit JJ lona khona yini obunye ubufakazi obengezelekile obatholakala yini-ke kuzofanele umuntu abheke-ke manje kulona-ke idokodo-ke ngoba-ke uma usubheka-ke kuyena-ke u-JJ kanye futhi naye-ke uSizwe Zungu ukuthi babekhuluma-ke izinto-ke noma bekhuluma besho-ke okodwa kuzofanele-ke umuntu abheke kulona idokodo ngokulandelelana-ke ukuthi kwaholela ekuthi kutholakaleni-ke emuva kwakhe u-JJ.
And after the 26th of June 2020, regarding the follow-up question to what I've asked now, anything different from HH that you followed up?
Well, what was different, my lord, what I recall, and I'm saying from the top of my head, and I'm not saying it's the only thing, is that after the 26th of June, it was brought to my attention by the state representative that specifically Mr. Ramsipil is saying his client was now in KZN on the 27th of October 2020. So this is the second alibi that was given. That came after. I'm trying to answer you.
I'm talking about JJ, the actual confessional statements. I'm not talking about alibis.
Yes, but I'm understanding you to be saying what came after. So
what emanated from JJ that you then followed up, because already you've got HH and then you go and obtain additionally JJ from the magistrate.
No, that's not how I understood the question, my lord. The first part of the question was, and I answered that to say if I have to see or check as to what is it that I followed in addition to HH arising from JJ, I've answered that one will have to look at the docket so that I can see the sequence of the filing of the statements in terms of the date. I understood the last question to be saying, other than what is contained in JJ, what is it that is new that I had discovered? And that's what I was trying to answer.
Ebengizama ukuphendula-ke manje bengiza umbuzo ngathi-ke ikuphi okusha-ke manje okwatholakala lana-ke ku-JJ engakulandelela-ke.
Yeah, so you want the witness to go and read the docket?
No.
For him to answer?
No.
What do you want him to do?
My lord, I'll argue this point because...
How do you argue it? Because he wants to tell you what he did.
He can
and then he says he has to
he can look at the docket.
Are you saying that?
He's at liberty to look at the
Yes.
docket.
Yeah, but then
Yes.
how do you argue when he has not answered?
You are at liberty to look at the docket to see subsequent to JJ what else was followed. That was different because you wouldn't go and duplicate the same statements. There should have been something over and above what was contained in HH.
So, must I do it now? Is that this?
No, we'll take it after the long adjournment.
Okay, man.
Now, having looked at the statements, because you had already said and the court has said, I cannot refer you to the contents of this statement because you were not the person that took the statements, both HH and JJ. Are you aware of any inconsistencies and contradictions, major ones between HH and JJ?
No, my lord. But even then, to be precise and to be fair to the question that are being asked, because I was not looking for contradiction, I was looking for collaboration, and I said there is collaboration, my lord.
Ingabe manje khona ke okwaziyo yini ke ongahlangani noma ke okushayisa nayo ke kule statement embili lezi sikhuluma ngo-HH kanye naye ke uJJ ngoba ke ngibengabhekile ke lokho kodwa bengibheke ukuthi ke yikuphi ke okushiwoyo kulesi statement bese kuyatholakala nakulesi.
Yeah. No, fine.
Now, Brigadier, let me leave the contents of the statement alone, because that is evidence that is before court. Now, I just want to clarify 2-3 questions, then I'm done with it.
Yes.
You stated earlier, and I asked you last week, of the people that you say they saw suspects running away from the crime scene. And last week you mentioned only Makaleni. Was that the only witness that testified that stated in a sworn statement that they saw people running away from the Kumalo household?
Yes, that's the statement, my lord, that I recall with certainty. That because the question was as to whether there is a witness that says he saw the suspect running directly from the crime scene, from the Kumalo's house. And my answer was that yes, Makaleni is one of the people that I know with certainty that his statement says he saw people running away from the Kumalo's house, and one of the suspect was carrying a firearm. The other ones in my recollection will see them on the street, but specifically from the crime scene, it's Makaleni that I recall, my lord.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke umbuzo engawubuzwa ke kuvikela endlule ukuthi ke ungabe sikhona yini statement esofakazi ukuthi ke wababona ke noma wabona abantu bephuma kuleya muzi wakakhumalo ke ila ngishilo khona ke ukuthi ke sikhona ke statement sakhe ke uMakeleni ekuyena ke washo ukuthi yebo wababona ke bephuma kuleya muzi, abanye futhi ke ukuthi omunye wabo wayephethe isibhamu, abanye kwakuthi nje babo babona ke emgwaqweni kodwa yena ke uMakeleni uthi wababona bephuma kuleya muzi.
Now, the other aspect related to the question that I asked you as to why an ID parade was not held in this matter, regarding particularly accused number 2, upon his arrest, that he be brought to an ID parade lineup, and the people that were in the house are called to come and identify whoever they can see on the lineup. And you stated that one of the reasons why it was not held was that Tumelo Madala and Togozi Sitwala were equivocal, saying they were 50-50 about identification of the suspects, correct?
Yes. The answer was to that extent, my lord. But the person who said 50-50 in my recollection is Tumelo Madala, and then Togozi Sitwala, I think, said he was uncertain, but he didn't say he can't, but he said he was not sure. Madala is the one who said 50-50, and I'm trying to go to the specifics of the statement. Insofar as the others are concerned, my lord, I did say that it was not a standalone investigation, it was prosecutorial driven. So you will get guidance from the prosecution as to which witness you can utilize for that purpose, my lord.
Ngokumelana uTumelo noMadlala kanye naye ke umthokozi sithwala uTumelo washo ke yena ke ukuthi ke kusengenzeka ke amathuba ukuthi ke 50-50 usengakhomba usengangakhombi ke kwabese ukuthi umthokozi sithwala ke yena ke washo ukuthi unongaba zakhe noma ke enginako isiqiniseko sokuthi ke usengakwazi ukuthi akhombe mayelana nabanye ofakazi ke ngishilo ke ukuthi ke sasiholwa ke noma ngangiholwa ke abeshushisi ke ukuthi basho ukuthi obani ke singabasebenzisi ke mayela nalokho ukuthi ke kuyo kwenziwa yona ke iparade.
And these responses, my lord, were contained in the statements because I approached them. And so when they gave answers to these 50-50 and not sure it is contained in the statement that I took and attached in the docket, my lord.
Futhi ke le impendulo zabo abanikeza ngazo ke ngikhuluma ngaye ke uTumelo Madlala kanye noMthokozi Sithwala ke zikhona ke istatement zabo ke lezo impendulo ababezisho ngangibhala phansi bese ngiyayifaka kulona idokodo.
Now, at this point, Brigadier, I want to put accused version to you. Accused number 2 denies that he is one of the intruders that entered 13511 Kutlano Street, Mzamo section, Fosloras on the 26th of October 2014.
Well, my lord, I'll start with exhibit. HH and JJ says different, and he's the deponent in those two exhibits, other than what is contained in the statements of other witnesses that I've mentioned, my lord.
Sengizosho kuwena ke manje ukuthi uthini ke umsola wesibili uthi ke yena ke uyaphika ke uyaphikisana ke nokuthi ke uwomunye wabantu ke abangena ke kulo yamuzi u13511 Kutlano Street nomzamo section eFosloras. Lokho ke kuyaphikisana ke naloku okubhaliwe ke ku exhibit HH kanye no JJ ekuyena ke umuntu ke owakhuluma lokho okubhaliwe lapho kanye futhi ke nokubhalwe kwezinye ke istatement zabanye ofakazi.
Accused number 2 will further deny that he is the so-called second intruder who entered that house that was described as dark, tall, with a beard and wearing a hoodie.
My lord, as I said also, the same answer. Exhibit HH and JJ is the deponent. He says he was the second intruder, according to these exhibits, my lord.
Uyaphikisa ke noma uyaphika ke nokuthi ke uyena ke owesibili ke kulaba njengoba kuthiwa ke kwangena abantu ababili ukuthi yena ke ulo wesibili abantu abamchaze ukuthi ke uyena ke owayemude futhi ke efake nesigqoko noma ke ihudi lokho ke futhi ke ngizoya ke kulamazibiti amabili ke HH no JJ uyayichaza noma uyazisho ke lapho ukuthi uyena ke lo kwabo wesibili.
Accused number 2 will deny that he was involved in the planning and execution of the killing of the deceased, that is Mr. Robert Senzo Meyiwa.
My lord, once more, the two exhibits, HHJJ, made by accused 2, says otherwise, my lord. So it differs with the assertion that I'm being told now, my lord.
Okwesibili ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi wayengasiyona ke ingxenye yokuhlelwa ke noma ke ukuplanwa kanye nokuthi ke futhi bese kuyaqhutshekwa ke manje nesigameko noma nesenzo leseko sokuthi ke abulawe yena ke Mr. Robert Senzo Meyiwa. Ngiphinde ngisho ke futhi ukuthi lokho ke manje uyehluka ke naloko okubhaliwe lana ke ku exhibit HH kanye naye ke uJJ.
Accused number 2 will deny that he knows the actual perpetrators of this offense and he does not even know how the offense occurred.
No, that's not correct, my lord. The two exhibits places him as one of the perpetrators, supported by other evidence that we collected, my lord, the statements in the investigation.
Nokuthi ke futhi ke uyabazi ke abantu okuyibona ke abenza ke ise lokho ke kokuthi bulawa ke umufi ngalelo langa lelo akusilona ke iqiniso lelo ngoba ke futhi lana kuzona ke le statement ezimbili ke uyasho ukuthi omunye ke walabo bantu kanye futhi nobunye ubufakazi ke obu kwi-statement zabanye ofakazi.
Accused number 2 will deny that on the 26th of October 2014 he was present at the Basotho hostel in Fosloras in the company of Constable Zungu, Makosonke Zungu, Sfiso Gwabeni Zungu, and the co-accused herein and other persons that Constable Zungu testified about.
My lord, same exhibit JJ and HH. Accused 2 places himself with the said people, my lord. Insofar as Constable Zungu Makosonke, that evidence is contained in the statements that were taken from different people, including Constable Zungu, who places him with these other people and at the hostel on the 26th of October 2014, my lord.
Futhi ke umsolo wesibili ke uthi yena ke 26 ka October 2014 wayengasiyona ke ingxenye yabantu ababekhona ke noma wayengekho lapho eBasotho hostels Basotho hostel kanye nalabantu ke ababaliwe ke uMakhosonke uSfiso uGwabeni kanye naye ke uConstable Zungu. Lokho ke akusilona ke iqiniso ngoba ke kule statement ezimbili-ke uyashoka ukuthi wayekhona-ke lapho kanye futhi nazo-ke iy'tatimende zalabo-ke ababaliwe abomakhosonke Zungu abogwabeni kanye naye-ke uConstable Zungu abashoyo ukuthi impela wayekhona lapho.
Accused number 2 will deny that he personally knows Ms. Kelly Khumalo and does not know who ordered or who paid for the killing, if it was a contractual killing, if it was a robbery gone bad. He does not know any of these details.
Well, my lord, I'll agree with the second point before the last, which says he personally does not know Ms. Kelly Khumalo, because that's what contained in his statement. He does say he doesn't know her, but he is aware, according to this exhibit, that the contractual order of the killing of the deceased came from Ms. Kelly Khumalo. So to say he doesn't know her, I don't have evidence that proves that he knows her, so I agree with that part. But that this was not a contractual killing ordered by Ms. Kelly Khumalo, where he played a part. That part is not true, my lord.
Okunye futhi kaqhubekeke umsolo wesibili athi-ke yena-ke akamazi uMs Kelly Khumalo nokuthi futhi-ke kwakhokhwa-ke lana kwakhokhelwa abantu ukuthi akabahambe-ke bayobulala umufi, nalokho-ke akanalwazi-ke lwalokho. Ngizovumelana-ke nalokho kokuqala ukuthi-ke akamazi uMs Kelly Khumalo, akunabo ubufakazi obushoyo ukuthi uyamazi, nala kwistatimende sakhe uyasho ukuthi akamazi. Kodwa-ke lokhu kokuthi-ke akazi noma wayengazi ukuthi-ke ubani owakhokhela-ke noma-ke owakhipha-ke imali ukuthi akuhanjwe kuyobulawa umufi, lokho-ke angivumelani nako akusilona iqiniso.
In fact, my lord, in both exhibit HH and JJ, accused 2 mentions the amount he received after the deceased was shot. I think it's in the tune of 45,000 rand, but it comes in 2 benches, my lord.
Futhi-ke kuzona zoyimbili-ke le statement lezi-ke u-HH kanye naye-ke u-JJ uyasho-ke lapho umsolo wesibili-ke ukuthi imalini-ke ayikhokhelwa la emuva kokuthi umufi eseshonile-ke kwakuyi-45,000, kodwa-ke yakhokhwa-ke amahlandla amabili-ke uyayisho imali lapho ukuthi-ke imalini ayikhokhelwa.
Accused number 2 will state that at the time from 2009 2016 he was gainfully employed, and again from 2017 first at Sibanye Gold from 2009 to 2016, and also again from 2017 until the date of his arrest on the 16th of June 2020.
So my lord, let me start with the first part. I do not seem to have evidence that when he was arrested he was employed. I don't have that evidence, but I'm not disputing if he says it, but I don't seem to have that evidence. But let me go back to the Sibanye mine. I agree that from 2009, that's his employment records, up to 2016 he was employed. That's a fact. However, on the date of the incident of this matter, he was not at work, and that relates to the first alibi that he gave us, the false one, where he suggested that he was at work on the 26th, and the contrary was found when we followed that alibi. So, but yes, he was employed by Sibanye Mine. Hence, we're able to establish that when he says he was at work on that specific day, the 26th of October 2014, that was not actually true, but he was employed by that mining company.
Umsola wesibili yaqhubeka-ke athi-ke ukusuka ngaye-ke u-2009 kuyoshaya-ke u-2016 wayesebenza-ke sebenzela yona-ke iSibanye, base kuthi-ke futhi-ke nango-2017 kwaze kwayisikhathi sokuboshwa kwakhe-ke nalapho wayesebenza-ke ngeyi-16 zikaJune 2020. Angifuni-ke ukuthi angikuphikisi-ke, kodwa-ke anginaso nje isiqiniseko noma ubufakazi-ke obuthi-ke ngalesikhathi sokuboshwa kwakhe ngempela wayesebenza, kodwa-ke lokho ngakusho-ke ukuthi-ke ukusuka ngayo u-2009 kuyoshaya u-2016 impela wayesebenzela yona-ke iSibanye. Ila sasiye khona-ke uma esesitshela-ke ukuthi ngalo ilanga langeyi-26 zika-October 2014 wayesemsebenzini, sesiye khona-ke siyoqinisekisa lokho. Kodwa-ke sathola-ke ukuthi ngalo ilanga lelo langeyi-26 October 2014 ngalelo langa lelo wayengekho emsebenzini.
Accused number 2 will deny that he was a hitman in the taxi killings or any other contract killings for that matter, as he was again gainfully employed from 2009 to 2016, and again from 2017 until the date of his arrest on the 16th of June 2020.
My lord, the collected evidence, statements and witnesses that we interviewed and obtained statements says otherwise. I don't know if it will be fair that I go into, but they say otherwise. So I don't agree with that because what I know says something different.
Aqhubeke umselo wesibili athi ke yena ke uyakuphika ke noma uyaphikisana nako ke okushiwoyo ke noma ke inkulumo ezithi ke waye inkabi ke ku la ekwabulawa khona ke kumkhakha wezamatekisi ngokuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi leso ke yena ke wayesebenza nanje bakushiwa ke ukusuka ngo2009 kuyoshaya 2016 nango 2017 kuyoshaya ke isikhathi noma kuyofika ke kwisikhathi sokuboshwa kwakhe kodwa mina ke enginako ke kuyitatimende enginazo zabofakazi ke basho okuhlukile ke naloku akushoyo ke yena ka.
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, before I sit down, let me consult.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you, my lord. I mean, those are all the questions that I have for the brigadier.
Okay. So this other answer,
Yeah, the other aspect, my lord, for him to go and look at the further follow-ups, my lord, I will take it up with him when he has looked at the document.
when yes,
When he has already revisited the docket on that aspect.
what's the time there, Mr. Barry?
It's 26 minutes before 1.
2?
26 minutes before 1.
Okay. Well, how long will it take you to check your docket?
20 minutes less, my lord.
Why not 10 minutes or 15 minutes?
Yes, I can do.
Just adjourn for 15 minutes so that Mr. Ramusipili, when he's through with you, he's through with you.
Yes.
Okay.
10 minutes will be
Yeah,
sufficient.
10 minutes, please. break. When I was starting out, it's about in the High Court, about 20 years ago, 25 years ago, whatever. One time I went into court. We were on circuit in Hasvater. So this gentleman had hired a Hakaiba, but he came late, you see. So when I got into the court in the morning, we were busy fixing up, doctoring the court. So when they saw me, they wanted to stop, and I said, "I'm not Dr. Kubegan." Yes, sir.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to the court. Brigadier, did you manage to go through that exercise to see, after JJ, further investigations that were done emanating from the content of JJ itself?
Yes, indeed, my lord. So what was covered in JJ, which is not on Exhibit HH, is that at the bottom of page 4 of JJ, my lord, line 3, if I read from line 3 at the bottom, it says, this was important, my lord, because it was collaborated. It says, Mthokoziseni asked Carlos at the hostel, "Are you sure you really hit him?" So this is not contained in the other exhibit, my lord. Now, to collaborate this, and this were international confirmation that this was indeed a contractual killing, my lord. It was then collaborated now in terms of the investigation by A158 by Simpiwe Tabelihle Buthelezi, who alleges that after the incident, both accused 3 and 4 confessed to him for their involvement.
It can be. I've indicated that this witness is allowed to waddle and say whatever that he wants. And he knows that what he's doing now is quite wrong. He's now talking about Simpiwe Buthelezi. And we have been told that is the last witness to come and testify on behalf of the state here. But and the state just seated here, does not call this its very own witness to order. Unless they are going to call that witness, that Simpiwe Buthelezi to come and testify. But this witness cannot be allowed just drop in names whenever, and names of people whenever he wants. That is totally unprocedural. And in fact, I'm going to request that aspect of the evidence that is just mentioned now, it should be redacted from the court record.
Mr. Baloyi?
We object to what Mr. Advocate Nis is saying, that the state is sitting and not call its witness to order. I don't know what type of law or procedure Advocate Nis is referring to. This is cross-examination. There's no obligation on the state to say anything. Mr. Ramusipili is on the floor and he's asking questions. We cannot be seen to be interfering with the answers that the witness is giving. That's a good places.
Mr. Manu is wrong. He's wrong. For him to say that this witness will continue to talk about hearsay witness on the guise that apparently that information is siphoned from this witness through under cross-examination is wrong. It's basically misleading this court, man. For starters, Mr. Baloyi knows that hearsay evidence is inadmissible, and there is no question that came from Mr. Busipili that actually necessitates him mentioning what he has just mentioned now, that there's a corroboration, that actually there's been a private confession that has been made by a certain Mr. Buthelezi that implicates accused number 3 and the other accused person. There's no question that comes from Mr. Ramusipili that necessitates that answer, my lord.
Sorry, yeah, fine. Who is Simpiwe Buthelezi?
He is one of the witnesses in the docket, my lord.
Did he testify here?
No, he passed away, my lord, before the proceeding starts.
When did he pass away?
I'll have to look for his death certificate, my lord, in terms of the date. But it was before the proceeding started.
What is he? Is he a policeman? What is he?
No, he's a civilian. He was. The statement says he was known to this accused, my lord.
Was it discovered, the statement?
Yes, it was, my lord.
When was it discovered?
Right at the beginning, when we
Right at
disclosed
the
it.
beginning?
Right at the beginning, because his statement, my lord, was taken on the 4th of July 2020. So that was before we even commenced with or started with the first appearance.
Statement sakhe ke uSimphiwe lona ke athi ufakazi usewashona ke manje esho ke futhi ukuthi wayebazi ke abasolwa sathathwa ngazo i4 zika July 2020 kwangaphambilini kokuthi ke icala leli liqale uqhuba.
Does the state want to leak evidence on the hearsay principle, or you're not going to do that?
Well, I think whenever hearsay evidence was involved, my lord, we have laid the basis and we have indicated which witnesses will be calling.
But
and
not
we,
this one.
And we stand by that, my lord, yes. We have not elicited any evidence regarding
Simphiwe
Buthelezi. All these issues have been elicited with the defense. By the defense, they went into the investigation. They deemed it fit to cross-examine on the investigation itself, and the result was that the investigating officer had to respond to their questions, and now they are laying the blame, at the door of the state.
What was the
They've
question?
made their own bet and they must lie on it.
What was the question, by the way, Mr. Ramsipidi? What was the question?
My Lord, my question was simply
Yeah.
this. Exhibit HH has already been obtained from
Yeah.
Rapati. What was the reason to go and do HH? Sorry, JJ. And then if there's any difference in HH and JJ with respect to content. And he said, I'll go and look, and then he comes back with a simple answer that answers me. He says, the only additional thing on JJ is this paragraph that says, are you really sure that you hit him? Now, where it comes in to say, Simphiwe then made a corroborative something about accused 3 and 4, that was not emanating from my question. My question was answered.
And your answer, for recapitulation's sake, what was your answer?
My lord,
From the question Mr. Ramsipidi has repeated, what was your
so
answer?
my answer, my lord, was exactly what he's saying, but I added Simphiwe Buthelezi, my lord, because how I understood the answer, and that's why we adjourned, my lord. The question, it was to say what is it that is contained in exhibit JJ that is not contained here, and what evidence did I then obtain in line with what is contained. That's how I understood the question, my lord. That is why I then said I will need an indulgence to go through the docket to see whether what was contained here, when I was following up, is it supported by evidence in the docket. Hence, we asked for that short 10 minutes, 15 minutes adjournment, my lord. Now, when I came back, I'm answering the first part, which says, indeed, there is an extra portion in Exhibit JJ, which is not contained in Exhibit HH. And in terms of the investigation, because that's how I understood the question, what is it that I've done with what then will emanate here, if it is here? Then the answer lies with A158. And I was putting into context, my lord, to the court to say, what is A158 saying? So I'm answering to the questions that were put to me, and the reason for us to adjourn, so that I can brief the court. In terms of the investigation, yes, there is investigation that we did, and what is it that we have done? Because I understood the question to be saying that in relation to the additional information on Exhibit JJ. So I was answering in that context, my lord.
Okay, did you interview this very witness, Simphiwe Buthelezi?
Yes.
Who took the statement?
It's me. I commissioned it, my
So you
lord.
spoke to him face to face?
I spoke to him face to face. I interviewed him. I wrote the statement in my writing, and I commissioned it. So it was a direct interaction, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Ramsipidi.
Le statement lesi ke engisifundayo lana engithe ke sikaSimphiwe umbuzo obuziwe kumina ukuthi kukhona yini okunye okwakutholakala noma ke uma uphenyo uqhubeka ke kwi information ela ku JJ njengoba u JJ kuyi statement sesibili Yebo-ke ngishilo-ke ngathi yebo, ila khona-ke abuzwa khona-ke noma-ke kubhaliwe khona ukuthi-ke wase uMthokoziseni ebuza uCarlos ukuthi unesiqiniseko yini sokuthi-ke umshayile. Ngaphendula-ke mina-ke ngathi-ke manje kulokho-ke kukhona istatimende ekuyilesi esikaSimpiwe esishoyo-ke ukuthi kunalokhu akutshelwa yena uSimpiwe ekutshelwa umsolwa owesithathu kanye nowesine. Bengiphendula kuloyo mbuzo ebengiwubuzwa.
See, your client wants to speak to you. Then. Yeah. Good. Your client wants to speak to you. Hello? Yeah, fine. I'm just saying. No, you can go too.
Assist
Hello?
101. Assist 101.
101. Oh, I see. Okay.
Maybe we can take the longer journey.
You have that case, ne? About hearsay. Proving a statement, etc., etc., etc.
Yes, we will be.
Yeah, maybe I should go and fetch it. Maybe we should adjourn. Yeah, let's adjourn, come back at 2.
The email says we shouldn't adjourn, my lord.
The image?
The email says we should.
Yeah, this is 1 o'clock. Excuses. Oh, by the way, they said we don't adjourn. Niggas. Right? 2 o'clock then. Yes, Mr. Minister.
As it is the court,
Yes,
my
sir.
lord. First thing first, my lord. The court would remember that somewhere during the course of last week, I requested a statement that was emphatically indicated by Mr. Kilinda that it is available and it was disclosed to the defense. Statement relating to a statement that was allegedly made by Mr. Steyn, wherein he said that in terms of his analysis of the cell phone record, he was able to come across some evidence that suggested that, or that indicated that there was a communication between accused number 3 and Ms. Kelly Kumalo. Subsequent to that testimony by Brigadier Kininda, the following day I then stood up and requested that that statement be made available because I've gone through the heap of documents that I have, I could not find it. And I then requested the state to refurnish me that statement because then I needed to take instructions, proper instructions from Mr. Minobe before I could commence with my cross-examination. And there was a moment when Advocate Baloyi wanted to respond, and his response was actually to the effect that they would want to go and investigate if that statement is there and stuff like that. But as we were trying to explain, Brigadier Kininda then interjected and said emphatically that that statement is actually there and it was actually already disclosed to the defense. Then the court made an order that that statement should then be furnished to the defense. Fast forward today in the morning, I'm informed by Advocate Baloyi that despite their fervent efforts to look for that statement is actually not there. Actually, it is not there.
Yeah, okay.
Now, the problem that I'm seated with is Mr. Kininda said that there's a statement that was penned by Mr. Steyn that says that there was a communication between accused number 3 and Kelly, and all of a sudden that statement is there. What do we then do with the evidence, as it was suggested by Mr. Kininda, that there's a statement that he had which suggested there was a communication between Mr. accused number 3 and Kelly Kumalo?
Yes,
that is
yeah.
just by way of an introduction.
Yes, Mr. Brigadier Kininda.
Yes, my lord, so let
Oh,
Maybe
very good.
I can respond to
Okay.
that, my lord.
Mr. Baloyi? Yeah.
Yes. Indeed, I did inform Advocate Nisi this morning that we are not aware of any such statement, and that, had such statement been in existence, obviously we'd have led evidence on that point, and we then surmise that in light of the fact that we cannot communicate with Brigadier Kininda as is under cross-examination, he can take that aspect up with him in cross-examination, and we then surmise further that possibly that could perhaps boil down to the interpretation of Steyn's statement, Exhibit 01, and that those are the issues that he can canvass with Brigadier Kininda during cross-examination.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr.
it was not a question of interpretation, my lord.
Yeah, fine.
There were no
But the witness
semantics
is here.
involved. Yes.
Put the question as you think you understood it and the way you think he expressed it.
I want a statement, my lord, because
Yeah,
before I commence with
statement.
my cross-examination,
Cross-examine him.
I want to take instructions.
Cross-examine, Mr.
Yes.
Cross-examine the witness on the existence or not of the statement. Otherwise, we'll be here until Mandela is
No, my lord.
resurrected.
He never said that. He specifically said that it was there. I've been
Yes,
waiting
yes,
for
he's
him.
here. Cross-examine him and tell him, you said the statement is here. Let's hear what he says.
You have heard the call. May you please answer, Mr. Kinney.
My lord, so let me start here. I think the court will recall when we spoke about what is contained insofar as that statement is concerned, I've indicated explicitly that my understanding, or rather I do not want to venture into the expertise of Kenneth Stein, and I was very specific that what I can confirm is that insofar as that statement is concerned, there is a link that is reported to me, and I still go back to what I said before, that there was a statement. I said it, my lord, it is true that I said there was a statement, and then I said a statement, it's in the docket, that is also correct. But what I want to correct is that I said there was a link, and I remember when that question from Advocate Mnisi was put as to what type of a link, I've explained it clearly that I'm not an expert. What I can confirm...
No, sorry, Mr. Brigadier Kininda.
Can I
You
finish?
are not been cross-examined by me. Don't say it came from me. Now don't keep on misleading the court.
Can I finish?
No,
can I have
don't
permission
keep on
to finish,
misleading
my
the
lord?
court. You are not being cross-examined by me. You said in the course of being cross-examined by Mr. Admissibility that there's evidence, there's a statement that you have that suggests that there was a communication, a statement that was written by Mr. Stein that suggested that there was a communication between accused number 3 and Kelly Kumar. Then I stood up and said, may we kindly be finished with that statement? Then you said, you definitely will. May I kindly get that statement because I want to take instructions from accused number 3. I don't want you to explain for the background of what you have explained. Now it's about the existence of that statement. Is that statement there or not?
My lord, can I have a permission to speak?
Yeah, just respond.
Because I've heard what Advocate Mnisi, so I don't know how am I going to deal with this when I don't have a chance to respond. The first part, my lord, that I wanted to correct is that I said explicitly there was a link, and I stand by that. We can look at the record if this is in dispute. That's what I've said. That's number one. Secondly, my lord, I said there is a statement, and indeed there is a statement that I refer to where it says explicitly links between target, Ms. Kelly Kumalo appears there, accused number 3 appears there, as well as other accused, because I had to go and look after Mr. Mnisi said I must assist with that statement when he stood up. And that statement, my lord, I've given it to my colleague to say we must try and get it to the state or email it to the state because I'm under cross-examination. But the portion that says clearly, it's explicit. It says the heading, links between targets, Ms. Kelly Kumalo is on top, and the targets, inclusive of accused number 3, appears. And that's what I was referring to. And it's in line with what I said, my lord, where I said there is a link in terms of the report that Kenneth Stein told me. There is a statement to that effect. That statement, I gave it to Lieutenant Colonel Roth, and I said she must email it to the state attorney.
Is it here? Was it emailed?
It was emailed, but the statement is here. I must just find your volume, my lord.
You gave it to Miss?
Lieutenant Colonel Roth. But it's here, though. Yes, Miss.
No. Let's take the oath first.
Yes.
There's no need to fight in a court of law.
Yes.
Otherwise, we don't know what we're doing.
We're not fighting, but we're emphasizing what you want to say. It's just an emphasis.
No.
There's no war.
The evidence you're going to give them will be the truth, nothing else but the truth. Is that so?
Yes, it's so.
Right? Then the brigadier says he gave you a statement to email to the defense.
Yes, I did, and it was emailed to Advocate Baloy.
Where's the statement? Oh, you just emailed it.
Yes.
Right, Advocate Baloy. No, when was that, ma'am? When was that?
It was last week already.
Right, any questions arising from what she's saying? Any questions? By the defense?
And the only question, my lord, is when will I actually get that statement?
She says she's emailed it. Are you accepting that she's telling the truth?
No, I did not get it. She does not have my email.
No, not you. To the
Or to the state?
Mr. Baloyi?
No, I'm not
Yes,
privy
sir.
between
Right.
the state and
Any
the
questions
communication.
regarding that statement? That she emailed it to Mr. Baloyi?
I do not have any.
Yes,
I have no questions.
Miss.
I have not received the statement.
No, that's not the question. The question is, she says she emailed it to Baloyi, and you are saying you have not received it. That's not the question. The court wants to know from you, do you accept that she's telling the truth when she says she emailed it to Baloyi? That's all. You don't accept it, she's lying.
Until I receive it. She's lying.
You say you're lying. Are you lying, man?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you can take a seat. Thanks. Yes, Mr. Baloyi, do you have a statement?
Here it is, my lord. As I indicated, it's just what is already on record.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
over.
Give it to Mr. Hey. You know. Right. No, give it to
I think Admissibility wants it.
Mr. Nisi. Now, there is the statement.
Advocate Baloyi, you said that statement is not there. All of a
She's almost
sudden
his
the
card. You
statement
know
is
what?
here.
We're just going to waste time. There is a statement. Have it. Take it. Take it. And if you want to ask to adjourn so that you read it, say so.
I'm going to request for an agenda.
Yeah, because now we're wasting time. The statement is not there. There is a
No,
statement.
but that is what Mr. Baloyi told me, which is the reason why I then have to address the
No,
court.
Mr.
Baloyi.
Baloyi
And he
says-
also acceded, he considered that he said what I already told the court, man.
Okay.
That does not come from me, but all of a sudden that the statement here it is. It's been handed to me just like this.
How many pages is that statement?
It's more than 50 pages. Yes, there's a record there that goes up.
50
to
pages.
It's about 89 more or less pages.
Okay, now the
It goes
court is going to
89
ask.
pages.
Fine.
Yes.
The court is going to ask the question to Mr. Baloyi. Did you discover that statement to the defense?
Well, my lord, I didn't. For the simple
Hello?
reason, no, I didn't. For
Okay,
the simple
fine.
reason that
Yeah.
it's already on record. It's Exhibit 01. It's precisely the same.
So let's have Exhibit 01 so that I can see it myself.
Yes. I've made notes on my Exhibit 01. I'll just.
Yeah, give me a copy so that I can see it. So meaning, when was it discovered? Not for record purposes. When it was ended up, when was it?
During the testimony of Lieutenant Colonel Stein the first time around, that was
July
in
last year?
August. Yeah, I think it
August
was-
last year?
Yes, it was in August last year.
So meaning, the defense has got that exhibit.
Yes, it's Colonel Stein testified not once but twice in this court, and referred to that exhibit. The court will see that attached to that exhibit is the communication between Longwe and Zandi, which is already on record. It's precisely Exhibit 01.
Yeah, the court recalls this exhibit.
May I respond? May I respond?
Sorry. Yeah, you can respond.
Yes. Remember, my lord, when I first requested the statement, Mr. Baloyi said no, they don't recall that statement, but they have to go and investigate. That is subsequent to Mr. Keninda having said that he emphatically, when he emphatically said that Stein had stated in that statement that there was indeed a communication between Kelly and accused number 3, and then I requested it.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for today in the morning. Mr. Baloyi approaches me and says, "No, that statement it's not there. It was actually maybe a question of interpretation." Now they are introducing a different dimension to what they said on that other thing.
No.
And
I'm
that's basically
interested
what
in-
Mr. Keninda
I'm interested in
is
one.
now riding on, my lord.
I'm interested in one that the brigadier said.
Yes.
That statement, Exhibit 01, is that the statement you were referring to? You?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, that.
No, he's basically riding on what Mr. Baloyi said. Mr. Keninda said there's a statement that he has which indicates, that was penned by Mr. Stein, saying that accused number 3 were the communication with Kelly Kumalo. If this was a statement, they would have simply said, no, I'm referring to Exhibit O, which is already on record, madam.
Yeah, can we-
Why did they have to wait up until
can we
today
go
to come
on?
and come up with Exhibit O?
Listen
when
to me,
Exhibit O
Mr.
is already
Mnisi, listen
there?
to me. If you believe that they are misleading the court, put it to them, put it to him.
Yes,
Yeah, put it to him and you'll argue that.
I'm going to request, my lord. I'm not so sure whether the information that is being
They
given
have
here
it
is
according
Exhibit O. I'm
to, they
going
say
to
the
request
statement
both-
has been handed up to court. Mr. Ramusipidi, do you have the statement?
I do have Exhibit 1 and 2.
Mr. Umalo, do you have that statement?
I do have Exhibit 1.
Ms. Chololo, do you have the statement?
I don't have this one.
Which one is that now?
The one that has been given by Mr. Malloy now to us.
Which one do you have?
The statement.
Yeah.
I have Exhibit 01.
Yeah, bring it. Can I have it? Because I want to compare whether it's the same like the one Gininda says he gave it to Mr. Miss.
My lord, I submit, my lord, with due respect, that the exercise the defense can do together with the state to compare the exhibits that were given to us together with this one that has just been handed in now, so that we can just come back and confirm if it's the same.
One of the defense, Exhibit 01, when you handed it up to court.
Yes.
Okay, fine. That's
everyone
it.
has got it.
That's enough for me. Yes, Mr. Nisik, can you go on?
I'm hamstrung, my lord. And in the main, this is highly irregular. I cannot be handed up with an exhibit like this and be expected to proceed with my cross-examination on the understanding that it was initially handed in. I'm concerned about what Mr. Kininda said. I need to investigate and interrogate this document to find out if that allegation that Mr. Kininda said is there or not. If it is there, I must take instructions from my accused.
Okay, fine.
If it is not
Yeah,
there,
okay, fine.
I must also
Fine.
take instructions
Brigadier,
from my accused. Man.
Are you able to show us the link in that statement of staying?
Yes, I can show
Yeah,
the link.
please
I
show-
think it's on 41.
Yeah,
if I
please
can
show
just
us.
have it.
But my lord, is that not the duty of the state to do
No,
that
no, the
under
duty,
re-examination?
the state can't do that because Mr.
No, I'm saying under
Brigadier Gininda is
re-examination.
under cross-examination. It's under cross-examination.
No, but what I'm saying is, my lord, should that be left to the state?
No, it has to be
request
left
Mr.
to the
Kininda
court
to
now.
identify that portion
It has to
when
be-
he re-examines him. Not for the court to say, Mr. Kininda, please show that. Then because the court is taking over prosecution.
You can't say that.
State is taking.
I've
court
got,
is taking
I've got
over
Mr. I've got
prosecution.
Brigadier Gininda here. He says that assertion which he made to you is in an exhibit which was handed up to court. And you want to tell me now the court is taking sides, or as it was put by your colleague, I'm colluding with the state. Please. That exhibit is a court document. It's here. And I say to Brigadier Gininda, if you are referring to that document which you say is a statement in which Stein says there was communication between accused number 3
Yes.
and Kelly,
Yes.
show the court, because Mr. Baloyi can't show the court because you are under cross-examination. Okay, so show the court.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, hold on. Hey,
So, my lord, page 41 of that exhibit on top says links between targets. And then the first person on top there, it's Kelly Kumalo. It says Kelly Kumalo. It indicates the number 082704444358. Then the next person, still under links between targets, it's Fisogutle Ntuli. The number that is listed is 27730030559202. Then when you go down, it says target again, still Sifiso Nkani, Sifiso Ntuli, same number, my lord. When you go to the right, then it's Mtobisi Gada Mngube, and the number listed is 27727668169. And
My lord, I'm struggling to follow here. Mr. Kininda himself is using a concave lens or a convex lens because he can't read what is written here. I don't have anything. I'm trying my classes. I can't follow. It gets to be very unfair. Actually, if it is this, my lord, It was shown on the screen. I think the best thing is that it should be shown
Okay,
on the screen.
okay.
And I don't know why should we actually get into this
Sir,
exercise.
Mr. Baloyi, can you
because
show-
I only wanted that statement.
That document, is it possible to show it on the screen?
Yes.
Can you do that? It's on page 41.
41. Yes, my lord.
Yeah, let's show it on the screen.
Page 41, but we haven't connected. We were made to understand that there will be no need to use the screen today, so we haven't connected that. We just need to adjourn for a while. And
Yeah, well, Jen, you told me when you've connected it.
yes, maybe just for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, fine. Go to the Jen.
Right?
But we're just trying to switch on the screen, and it won't switch on. I'm just waiting for the IT technician.
Is he here, the technician?
Yeah, he's on the way, man.
Just tell me this evidence of a state income, when the state,
Stain, stain.
I mean stain, sorry, stain, not state income. When the affidavit was handed up as Exhibit 01, when was it? Can you give me the date?
Sure. I think we'll have to check the record. I know it was in
You don't have the
August.
record, you said it's August last year.
Yes,
So, what's your problem?
it was in August. I'll have to check the record. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was the 23rd of August.
Last year.
Yes.
And you say it was handed up as Exhibit 01.
Yes, indeed, my lord. So what's also putting these things? Tell him I'm like.
Sorry. Are you not able to zoom in on the records of the 23rd of August, 2023? Just do that, because that will be the simplest. August, the 23rd of August, 2023.
The IT technician will be here any moment.
Hello, what's that?
Say the IT technician will be here any moment. Just quickly trying to check Exhibit O.
You find it? Hello? No. What do you mean no? You can't reverse that machine.
It can be just
So?
it doesn't show this case number. I'm trying to finish for using this code or GE.
Oh, it doesn't show this code. It means we're that side, right?
Yeah.
I hear you, I hear you. But you have the record there anyway.
We do have the record.
It won't have any sound.
We will need to get the speaker.
Speaker. Okay.
It is on the screen, my lord.
Yeah, but let's see the front of the document.
The first page.
Yeah, the first page. Because maybe it's not Stein's affidavit.
There's the first page.
Is that the first page?
Yes.
Brigadier, can you stand there and read that document right up to where you say there is a link between accused number 3 and Ms. Kelly Kumar?
The entire document?
Yeah, because I don't want us to be told that I'm colluding with you. Just read it from where it starts up to the place where you find it. Stand next to the screen there.
All right, my lord. So the statement reads as follows: Lambertus Steyn declares under oath. I, number 04036188, there's a personal number, my lord, I'll leave it. Am a colonel in the South African Police Service and in service of the state. I am attached to the National Cold Case Investigation Unit based in Pretoria, National Head Office, and acted as an analyst and investigation officer. I have been attached my current position since 2021, but before to the Priority Crime Management Center, open bracket PCMC DPCI, close bracket, since 2009 as an analyst. I have up to date analyzed in excess of about 2,000 cases. As part of my duties, I am required to analysis information obtained from cellular phones, namely incoming and outgoing calls, phone contacts, and SMSs. After the information was retrieved by the DPCI phone downloaders. Also, I received cell phone information from investigation officers about the phone data which been received from the service providers. I combine the phone downloads and the information from the service providers to provide a court-ready analysis picture. As part of my daily task, I testify on regular basis in courts in South Africa. I've successfully completed the analyst notebook course during 1999 and received in-service training. I have knowledge of XRY program and MS Office. I've successfully completed the following courses: BTEC Policing in UNISA, open bracket, Kamlode. I don't know how to pronounce it properly, my lord. I want to say it wrong. Analyst notebook V4 1999 by Visual Analysis, Gasfontein. iBridge User 1 course 2002 by Visual Analysis, Gasfontein. iBridge User V1 Analysis Notebook V6 Upgrade course 2003 by Visual Analysis, Gasfontein. I2 Analysis Notebook V2 Update 2008 by Investigative Software Solutions, Ferry Glen, Pretoria. I2 Analysis Notebook V7 Upgrade 2009 by Investigative Software Solutions, Ferry Glen, Pretoria. I2 Tech Chart and Chart Explorer, and IXA 2009 by Investigative Software Solutions, Ferry Glen, Pretoria. I2 Analysis Notebook V8 Update 2009, Investigative Solutions, Ferry Glen, Pretoria. I2 Analysis Notebook V9 Upgrade 2017 by Investigative Solutions, Ferry Glen, Pretoria. Analysis Investigation Methods 2014 by Investigative Solutions, Ferry Glen, Pretoria. Crime Information Management and Analysis course, Design Skill Development Workshop for Crime Intelligence, Financial Authorized Officer, Authorized LVA Operator, open bracket level 1, close bracket, my lord. Intelligence Analysis, open bracket, ANECPA Science. close bracket, INC, close bracket, Inkwazi Systems, Research Methodology course, I-based circulation system, crime detection management course, open bracket, national intelligence module, risk assessment techniques, SWOP, Pestello, crime pattern analysis and problem solving module, close bracket, financial intelligence course, WINDID, open bracket, information system, close bracket, resolving of crime, skill program 5A, my lord, basic spatial analysis, open bracket, TomTom, close bracket, crime intelligence course, advanced cross fundamental analysis, paragraph 3, in order for the analyst notebook program to read information correctly, certain information must be edited. For example, analyst notebook does not recognize zeros as the beginning of a number. So all zeros that is removed, open bracket 07867624445 is converted to 786762445, and then 2277867624445, close bracket. The 27 being added allow the A and B program to link the international numbers. All common numbers is removed, that will give false link with another phone. Open bracket 100,1011,121, close bracket. All dialing prefixes are removed, open bracket, plus S, 1 S, etc., close bracket. The conversion of the data does not involve the manipulation of the data. I then use the analyst notebook program to draw an analysis notebook chart of the information. I also place all the cell phone data information which was received from the service provider on one combined Excel spreadsheet for code purposes. I hand in as part of my statement a copies of the different charts. The chart shows associates of data received and messages on cell phone downloads. On 9 April 2020 at about 10:00, I received a CD section 205 of cell phone downloads from the investigation officer Brigadier Kininda with information about the following targets. 1, Kelly Kumalo. During the analysis, I identified the following numbers which belongs to Kelly Kumalo. There's an ID number mentioned them a lot, which I cannot prove via links with family, friends, XDS, open bracket, expect, decision systems, central database, reference, police crime administration system, e-notice, and Truecaller, which I can prove, sorry, not that I cannot, which I can prove via links, my lord. So then it says contact numbers, then it says bureau update, the date is 2018-0501, then it says home, the number is 011-883-1, there's a number there, my lord, maybe let me not go to it. And then the next date is 2017-0503, cellular phone, it's highlighted, but there's a cell phone number there, my lord. The next date is 2017-0408, another cell phone number, also highlighted in red. Then there's 2017-0328. It's work. There's a number there also mentioned them a lot. It's a landline. 2015-0228. It's a cellular phone. It's listed there. It's one of the cell phones of Miss Kulkumalo. It's been placed on record. This one I can read on record, my lord. It's 072-938-2498. That is the runaway phone, so it's already on record. Then it's 2015-01. 2015-0121, looks like it's 21. Then it says home, my lord. The number is listed. Then 2012 0827, it's a cellular phone. It's highlighted in red, my lord. Then there's 2011 October the 19th, another cell phone highlighted in green. Yes. Let me just see. Yeah, I think this one, my lord, it's her second number. I can place it on record because it's on record. The 082 number 7044358 belongs to Miss Kelly Kumalo. The other one, then it's 011 October the 19th. It's work. There's a number. 0110913 also work. There's a landline number, my lord. And then 2009 0121. There's a home number. It's also listed. Then it carries on reading, my lord. The following extraction out of XDS to trace the following numbers of Kelly Kumalo: 2779494 8773 2008 of May 07. Users contact number as per Rosebank case 1 of June 2007 theft general victim. The number again 27733888670 2017 0503. Another number 27614 562104, date 2017 0408. And then another number 27118831447 2017 0328. Another number, my lord, 27729382498, date 2015 0128. Then there's also a landline, my lord, 271141311179 2015 0128. Then 2773451501 2002 0827. Then 27827444358 2011 October the 19th. Users contact number is per Honeydew 1073 of 10/2011. Assault common victim. Sorry, just go back there. My apologies, yes, my lord. Used as contact number is per Honeydew case 1075 of October 2011. Assault common victim. Used as contact number is per Douglas Dale 65 of December 12, meaning 2009 intimidation victim. Then there's 2711431179 2011 0913. That's the date, my lord. Then 276145621104 276145621104 Nonhlanhla Kelly Kumalo XDS 2017, also on Posh registration papers Kelly Kumalo 27614562104. Truecaller app 27614562104. Noni K open brackets Kelly Kumalo bookings close bracket. Then it says check Rika information. Following links to this number is babe 27814839880 Silo Twala open bracket Truecaller Silo Chico Twala close bracket 277850281113 Sibia open bracket Truecaller General Sibia secret close bracket 277270888175 Silo Twala at Chico open bracket Sebastian Hill open bracket again Chico Twala close bracket 27746766669 Zandi Kumalo. Truecaller Zandi Kumalo close bracket 27737929962 Truecaller open bracket Truecaller Zandi Kumalo in close bracket. Then it's 8396877782 Precious and Mampri, looks like Mampri Malot, open bracket, true caller, Precious Tlau, close bracket, Tumelo Owen Kujane 277350888099, open bracket, true caller, Tumelo Kujane, close bracket. The friend of Kelly before and after the murder. Number is still in use by Kelly because common links as follows. Common links between all the numbers, musical linkages to prove the following attached section 205 links play Kelly, date 2021-01-19. So the links, I think you have to make them broader. Right? Say, if my lord, if they can just make the links broader for me to read the numbers on top. Yeah, on the spider web. No, it's not clear. I can see it's Kelukumalo, but the numbers are not visible. The first one.
Is that a chart of Kelly Kumalo's numbers?
Yes.
They were communicating with.
Yes, my lord.
Other
But
persons.
indeed, my lord. But the one that is relevant to this exercise is on page 41.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Now you can go to page 41 now because
Yes.
there's insinuation that this document may be forged.
Yes.
After what you have read, I'm satisfied that that document is the same one I listened to in August last year.
Yes.
So you can go to page 41.
Yes, my lord.
All
All right.
substitute. In my view, I was excoriated that I'm descending into the arena. I'm colluding with the state, in other words.
Now,
There's no document like that.
now page 41, my lord.
Yeah,
and
just go to page 41. Let's
Yes.
see.
Yes, we are here, my lord. And it says links between target. On top, my lord. And this is the briefing, like I said, I was briefed by Kenneth Stein, then this is what he showed me. So links between target. On top, it's Kelly Kumalo. The number is 278270444358. The next person, it's 277333059202. The name that is linked there, my lord, is Fiso Kuhle Ntuli Etinkani. There's an ID number mentioned there, 860110561286. Then underneath that is still the number 277333059202. Name Fisokuhle Nkani Sifiso Ntuli, suspect. Then on the right, I'll move straight to the right, my lord, is Mtobisi Gala Mngube. Number 277276681169. Then Cleveland Cass 9622015 as Carlos. If you go underneath it, let me just deal with it, my lord. Underneath it again is still 277276681169. Mtobisi Prince Mngube at Carlos. Underneath it again, my lord. So yes, that's the second one. Then if you go to the right, my lord, it's Mfana Kumalo at the name save as Carlos phone. The number is 2772399577, and then the other number is 277239955787. Fisokuhle Nkani Sifiso Ntuli, suspect. Then underneath that, my lord, it's no, let me deal with this right away. Then if you go to your left, my lord, then it's still Fisokuhle Ntuli at Nkani. The number is 277697351776. Further up on the left, still again, my lord, it's number 2772482045. The name is Muziga Ukulelwa Sitemba Sibia. At Muzi, that NDO, and then it says section 205. Then going down, my lord, still it's and after the first, the direct line from the top, my lord, it's Ngani at 2766 427 Fisobuhle Ntuli at Ngani. And then underneath that, my lord, it's also 27766 42700 Fisobuhle Nkani Sifiso Ntuli suspect. Then there underneath, my lord, on the left, maybe let me just go straight down with the line, my lord. It's still Sifiso Buhle Ntuli at Nkani 2771 302 9173. And then it says Reggie. Then to the left is Pumlani Reggie Mchali 277303373771. Then towards the right, my lord, it's September Sibia at Muzi. The number there, my lord, is 27793179. No, so it's 277937900137. Then lastly on the right, my lord, it's Bongane Sandison Tanzi. Then it's 176090168990. Underneath that also 278090168990 section 205. So that is the chart, my lord. So when I was saying there's a link, I was referring to this. And what is proper, my lord, to put the proper context, because I want to put this into proper context, because I do not know whether Advocate is misunderstood or I don't know, because I tried to explain this concept that at no stage I said there was a communication, and I moved as a misunderstanding, because when we go to these issues of the links, my lord, it was arising from the cross-examination by Mr. Ramsipi, who took me to my statement A227, and he was taking me through each and everything that I wrote, my lord. Now, this issue of the link came as a result of this paragraph in page 3.6 of my statement. Mr. Ramsipi placed it on record, and he read it, it was on place on record, where it says, investigation further revealed that she is linked, and that is now Ms. Kelly Kumalo, she is linked to the actual perpetrators of this murder by means of cell phone linkages. I never said communication, linkages. These linkages connect her to accused 3 and 4. 3 and 5, beg your pardon, my lord, 3 and 5. Now, out of this, Mr. Ramsipi then asked, what are the links that links accused number 3 to Ms. Kelly Kumalo? I then explained that the first link that I'm aware of is the common see-through bag between herself and accused 3 and subsequently Mr. Longo Kumalo. But then I said there is another link that I'm aware that Kenneth Stein briefed me on. When I was asked what is it in context, I said I'm not expecting that to that, and I will not go except that there is a link, and this is a link I was referring to. So the assertion that I said there was a communication, I don't think that's accurate, my lord.
Bengikhuluma ngalokhu ke konke lamanamba esengwafundileke lana ukusuka phezulu ke uKelly Khumalo nokuthi wobani ayexhumana nabo amagama abhaliwe kanye futhi ke namanamba abhaliwe. Manje ke konke lokhu ubuye kumbuzo ebenguhlonywa uyena ke uMr. Ramusipile kwiviki eliphelile uma engibuza ke ngestatement sami ku3.6 ukuthi ke la afunde khona ke ukuthi uphenyo ke lwaseluveza ke ukuthi uyahlanganiswa ke nabo abenzi baso lesigameko lesi isigameko sokubulala ngokuthi ke kukhona ukuhlanganisa ngomakhalekhukhwini futhi ke lokhu kumxhumanisa nomsola wesithathu kanye futhi nowesihlanu. Angikaze ngisho ukuthi kwakhona ukukhuluma, ngathi nje ngatshelwa uyena ke uKenneth Stein ukuthi kwakhona nje ukuhlanganisa, hayi ukuthi kwaba khona ukuxhumana noma kwaba khona ukukhulumisana phakathi kwabo. Bengikhuluma ngakho ke lokhu.
And lastly, my lord, what I will request, as we'll be embarking obviously in the cross-examination with Advocate Mnisi, is that we treat each other with a cordial respect. When Advocate Mnisi speaks, I do not interject. So I took exception as and when I was asked a question by the court to respond to. And then there was an interjection, and at some stage Mr. Mnisi said, answer the court. I view that as a sign of disrespect, and I've not given, I've said that before, my lord, I've not given any indication of disrespect to Advocate Mnisi, and I'm requesting that we do not we maintain the decorum of this court. Because if I go to that level, where it's taking me, my lord, to, there will be no respect. So I'm asking with greatest respect, my lord, that we maintain the respect to each other. He can pose questions, he will get all the answers that he needs, but with respect, which is cordial. What I give to him, I expect the same in return, my lord.
Ngizocela-ke nanjengoba sizoqhubeka-ke naye u-advocate umnisi ukuthi-ke ezohloma imibuzo, ngizomphendula-ke yonke imibuzo-ke, kodwa-ke ngizocela ukuthi sibe nako-ke ukuhloniphana, ngoba-ke kunala khona-ke eyatshengisa khona-ke ukungahloniphi uma bengiphendula yona-ke inkantolo ngendlela akhulume ngayo, ngoma uma kuwukuthi-ke ngiye lapho-ke angidonsela khona-ke kuzogcina-ke sekungekho ukuhloniphana.
Yes. Now this document, was it handed up as Exhibit Act 01, that affidavit of staying?
My lord, from advocates, for Advocate Baloyin, what I've heard in court, yes, I'm being told it's been handed up. What I confirm, and that's what I've said then, and I still maintain that it was part of the docket and it was disclosed to the defense. Because when I was asked about this, it was in relation to the application I was making for this Kelly command. So I confirm that it was disclosed to the defense because I knew, my lord, that it was used in court.
Mina-ke uma esho-ke u-advocate Baloyi ukuthi ngempela-ke i-document leli lidlulisiwe enkantolo, base linikezwa-ke inamba ukuthi-ke exhibit 01. Mina-ke bengikhuluma ngalo-ke ngathi-ke bengibuza noma-ke ngithula ubufakazi ngesicelo sami engasenza ngaye yena-ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo.
Sorry, Mr. Baloyi, what time is it?
It's 21 past 3, my lord.
Yeah, okay, we can adjourn now. Mr. Nisi. The defense, all of it, because it appears nobody reads these records. Can you all go and read Exhibit 01? And all of you will be given an opportunity to cross-examine Brigadier Gruninga. Lest we accuse people of falsifying the documents like he's been accused. Let's all, I'm going to read it also. We read page, not page, the record of the 28th of July, that evidence of Kenner's staying. Let's all read it tomorrow. Then we'll can ask any question you want to this witness, because that's his evidence. That is basing that evidence on that document. Okay? Let's adjourn until tomorrow. Are you available tomorrow?
No. So I'm writing my lord tomorrow. So tomorrow and Wednesday, I'm committed.
So you're not in. So you're coming back when?
I'm only available on Thursday. Friday I'm also committed, and the next Monday with the studies, with the exams. So it's only Thursday after today. And then, yes, after today, then Monday I'm not available, but from Tuesday next week, I'm available until the end of term.
So, Mr. Baloyi and the defense, how do you say we must tackle this?
Well, Malak, there are two suggestions. The one suggestion is that we resume on Thursday, just for one day, but the other suggestion is that we adjourn until week after next, when Brigadier Gilinda would have finished with his exams, so that we just continue without stopping. We discussed this, there was no agreement amongst my colleagues. Some favor the first suggestion that we sit on Thursday just for one day, then adjourn to the following week. The others feel that we should just today adjourn until the Tuesday after Brigadier Gilinda will have finished with his exams.
Now, I'm going to suggest let's sit on Thursday. You're available on Thursday?
Yes, I'm available.
Tomorrow, it's what, Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
You're not available, you're writing exams.
So tomorrow is a start, it's a preparation for the exams.
Yeah, for the exams. So it's Tuesday, Wednesday. You're not available.
I'm not available.
Thursday?
I am available.
Yeah, okay. We'll adjourn until Thursday. Okay.
As a confirmation, Thursday will be the
21st.
The 21st.
Yeah. November.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Rise.